Well, hello, welcome to another Friday stream with Christian Von Carmian. That is, of course, me. Hello, chat. Are you ranking up sufficiently in the chat bar? Are you getting your #1 fan badges? Excellent. We all good? Maybe if you're a Horus Heresy player, you're not as good. We'll get on to that. I'm not going to do a Games Workshop stream and say, hey, who's where in places around the world? Because you're somewhere on Earth, and that's fine. Day has been kind of long. Mainly I've spent it like in the inbox and stuff. Lord Piecrust, thank you very much. Happy Friday to you too. It's felt like a very long day. There's so many things that I need to do, and there's not enough time to do them all, and need to do is relative to want to do, and if I don't do a thing that I want to do, I feel sad because I wanted to do that. Usually it's a video. I have many videos planned. I have fewer videos than that written and scripted. I have fewer videos than that recorded, and slightly fewer videos than that started editing. But we'll get there. And there is a big project I want to keep going with, but it keeps getting interrupted by Games Workshop being like, hey, guess what? We're doing a Deathwatch thing. And I'm like, well, I like the Deathwatch. I'm going to do a week of Deathwatch. So we've had a week of Deathwatch stuff. 3 videos on Deathwatch. The time to expand. Well, if I could afford people, but as soon as I try and afford one people's, that's like taking all of the monies. I have been, as the Americans say, grinding at the moment. So, if interns are free, no, mods are free. Mods come free. Yeah, so there are other weeks of different factions also planned, obviously. It's just getting to them through all of the other things that need to be done. With the grinding. Because now I stream once a week on a Friday. Don't know how long I'll be able to keep that up, because it does take some time out of other things. But YouTube's like, hey, you'll get more money if you stream like at least once a week. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that for more money. Is there more money? Slightly more money. Not an amazing amount of money, but some money. And also I've been doing one-to-one coaching with people, because at £20 for like half an hour to an hour of dedicated one-to-one advice, that's going pretty well. I am getting some money from that, but of course it takes time away from other things. If you did want that, it's linked in the description. It's the Ko-fi link, and then it's the Inner Circle advice. I still have something like 17 places. There's like space for, I'm going to say, 3 more people this month, and then we'll reset it for next month. Yes, so today we're going to be talking about... Ooh, that was another ping. Curtis Thompson, can I bribe you for more Deathwatch content? I think I'm temporarily out of Deathwatch content. I will say... I would have done something more about like the Deathwatch meta that's changing, but as soon as we get rules for the new Deathwatch, which is going to be like at least a month, if not 3 months, before we see that, then I'll do more. I would have done something on the Deathwatch meta, but it hasn't changed like at all in the last 7 months. All that's happened in that time is the points on Terminators has gone up a bit. Realistically. So there's things like that can be done. But you still want an Indomitor kill team, you still want to be teleporting around and shooting, and if you're not doing teleporting around and shooting with an Indomitor kill team, you're probably better off playing one of the other detachments, and then it's generic Space Marine advice. Yeah. Want snipers to go after specific units? The thing about the sniper keyword and precision attacks, if you can put it against particular models, it stops working within the game. It becomes way too powerful. Because then you could shoot away the middle two models on a string of a unit, and suddenly the unit's out of coherency, and then half the unit dies. So it's a nice thought. I could sell a VIP game through Tabletop Simulator and stream it. Interesting idea. I don't know about people wanting to play that many. People would pay that much money to watch me. I can't even live stream tournaments because that's really hard to do with the amount of equipment that is needed. Also, I don't run tournaments. So it's a nice thought, Danny boy. It's a nice thought. Right, today we're going to be talking about many, many different things. There's the collapse of VShoujo, which is important in the VTuber sphere, so I'll get into what that is. You may learn that it started to existing. Just today you may learn that. And then you may also learn of its downfall. Sometimes it's like, wow, the thing I've never heard about. Can't wait to find out how it all went terrible. Dorisha. Just to say thanks, you sold me on starting a 1,000-point sisters army with 70 battle sisters. Excellent. You're following my arm list to make it. I hope you have great fun with that. Thank you very much for the monies. So we'll cover VShoujo. There's the Horus Heresy, which has continued to get worse. I don't want to say situation sure is more situation, but it's getting situation-y. We've had the Grey Knights Codex leak, so if you weren't aware of that, in the last, I think, 24 hours, the Grey Knights Codex has leaked. Not in full, but the units and the detachments. So we'll cover a bit of that first. Then we'll get really into 11th edition. When is 11th edition? What's going to happen to the rules in 11th edition? How will legends work in 11th edition? How is the gameplay and the feel and the theming of the game going to be? What are the core rules changes? And then we'll get into the factions. Considering how long that's probably all going to take, I think this may be split over several streams. And we'll do the Imperial factions today, and then we'll do Chaos and Aliens another time. Okay, so I think that's all of the things that we may cover today. Hello, we're ready. If at any time anyone wants to drop money and have it pop up on screen, then the glowing blue bar that says tip me at Ko-fi, that's in the description, and you can easily put in any amount of monies you want there. Oh yeah, even though the Grey Knights Codex is out, we don't have the correct points. Yeah, the points are a little bit weird, especially for the Terminator units. So that will get changed on a day one patch once that Codex is actually released, rather than just announced, rather than just leaked. And then anyone that buys it can have that Codex, then find the rules online, then see, right, that's what the point should actually be, and then start scribbling in the book for what is correct. Prediction for 11th edition is pain. I think it may be okay. I'm seeing things generally go in a good direction. 9th edition didn't go in an amazing direction for me, but I think 10th edition, things have gotten a bit better. I wasn't super happy with 10th right at the start. I don't think many people were, but it was generally, from I think the polls I did, more people liked it than hated it, and I have come to like it a lot more. I would say it's in my top 10 editions. It may also be in my top 5 editions. Yeah, maybe top 5. We'll go with top 5. Top 3? No, not top 3. No. Top 7. Top 7 things. Yes, 10th is being rather fun. How far are we from 11th edition? We'll get to that. Right, so let's start with VShoujo. That is a VTuber company. It was a collection of various VTubers who all work together, and in working together, they got support from this company. So they were not employed by the company, they were working with an agency. They had managers, but those managers were more like corporate liaisons or personal assistants. They helped them do stuff. The idea was they will work for the agency will give them some money, then they will get more money back by helping to fund what the VTubers do. I applied to VShoujo. I was going to try and get into VShoujo. I won't say I was successful, as some people are now saying, hey, yeah, I had a debut date, I was going to join and everything. Oh, that's a mess. That's a mess, that is. I didn't get very far in my application, but it looked like a really nice company or agency. People got along together. It was always meant to be, oh yeah, this is sunshine and rainbows, and surely they should take more money from the talents, and they're not doing that. Ha ha ha, that's very pathetic. Very pathetic. And part of it was, when you go into an agency with your IP, you keep your IP. So I would continue to be Christian Von Carmian. If I left, I would keep being Christian Von Carmian. Where if you look at like Gargura, she left her agency and is no longer Gargura, has had to set up a whole different thing and start a new character, and I believe is called Saba. I've seen half a stream, so some impression was made there. Now, if you think like standard Western corporate agencies, I mean, not VTuber agencies, you have a thing, you work for an agency, they get you work, you continue being you when you leave. That's normal. In Japan, which is where a lot of this stuff has come from, like the idol culture, the corporate culture, which is not a great corporate culture to copy, that's where they don't own their own IP. The agency owns the IP, and then when you leave, it's still their stuff. The music you did, the videos you did, that's all theirs. They will continue getting ad revenue from that, and they will they paid you while you were working for them. Different with VShoujo, which is where the agency collected a small amount of money from the talents, but anything the talents did, like streaming, anything they funded themselves, any sponsors they got themselves, all that money went to them. So it was sort of partly involved with how they work. In theory, they could do okay without the company. Oh, and they're gonna. They had applications. I didn't get very far in the application process. And I think that's because my numbers were not as high as other people's numbers. It's a numbers game. And it's sensible if you have the money to take newer talents and build them up, as companies can do. But it's far safer to take an existing talent to get money to sustain your growth. That doesn't look too malicious, that's just sensible. What it turns out they were doing is getting new and popular people in to then make them into a cash cow to get loads of money from them to keep the company going. Because it seems through poor management and certain choices made, they ran out of money. They had about £8 million as a fund, which is 11 million US dollars. And they've burned through that in like 2.5 years. And so they've been withholding funds from their talents. Things like, oh, we should have paid you out for this in December 2023, and we hadn't, and we'll pay you a year later. And so payments are delayed or withheld, and that includes $500,000 that should have gone to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Iron Mouse, one of the VTubers, streamed it, said, yeah, we're doing this with VShoujo, and the proceeds of this are going to go to this charity. Everyone knows it was going to go to the charity, and the VShoujo company was like, oh, look at this, $500,000 just arrived in our bank account. Well, that's convenient. And they didn't give the money to the charity, and that's why the collapse has happened so quickly. That has been revealed by Iron Mouse, and everyone has left. And the company has no money, and the company has collapsed. So if people want to now give to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, they are very much encouraged to do so to cover that. And through Iron Mouse's 4 days of fundraising, they've got more than £1 million already. I have my own charity and have been trying to get money, so I have not given to the charity. But talent not getting paid for months is a mess. And I have been there before. At work, in normal things, and with other groups that may do a thing where you do a service and then they're meant to pay you and then it didn't happen. Yeah. So that's a weird situation. They could definitely do with a union. When I was employed at an office and they weren't paying me, I contacted the union. How do you burn through $11 million US dollars in 30 months? I have no idea. It seems they were maybe making very poor advertising decisions and continue to double down on them. One of them that keeps being brought up is having, like, for a week they rented the subway section of, like, part of Tokyo and had boards up with their talents' names and stuff. That is way too much money to be spending on a little bit of advertising in a place. You could have had that up for an hour, had someone take pictures of it, and then share those photos online. And just do it like that. No one needs to know that it was only up for an hour. That's fine. Yeah, so they did very badly. And now they're gone. And other people, other VTubers who have left, like Silvervale, have said they've got more money outside of VShoujo in like a month or two than they have in like a year with the company. Yeah, they didn't just buy Games Workshop products for everyone. It would be impressive if they're like, okay, everyone needs to have their own Warhammer army. Yeah, that would make several million pounds disappear. So, yeah, considering how they weren't getting paid, they were at least funding themselves, and it was just waiting on payments from merchandising and past concerts and events that had happened and things like that. So in the future, we can expect fewer VTuber agencies as we've had another big collapse, and oh, they seemed like one of the good ones, and we'll have more independent VTubers. Also, I think we will have fewer VTubers doing VTubery things. They won't be coming together just to sing, they won't be coming together just to hang out as VTubers. There may still be some of that, but more and more people are going to be the VTuber that does X. So I am the VTuber that talks about Warhammer 40,000. So when Poor Hammer started mentioning, oh yeah, we've got a VTuber coming on to collab with, the comments of their comment section were like, oh, it must be Von Carmian, it must be Christian Von Carmian, we know it's Von Carmian. It's not Von Carmian, but we'll get back to that in a second. But we'll see more VTubers doing their own thing. Need some more light. Okay. I think we've now covered VShoujo. So I'm not joining an agency. Yay! This is good, it seems. I'm also not starting an agency. Yeah. Would Games Workshop ever Harlequin the Genestealer cult? I don't think so. I think they've got too many units by now, and too much of a theming of their own to just try and combine them with Tyranids. I don't think that'll happen. Oh, yeah, so I'm not the one on the Poor Hammer podcast. The most recent upcoming that has been announced collaboration with Poor Hammer. So, what are the VTubers talk about 40k? Probably very few, but my expectation is because it's Bricky that's going to be organizing it, it'll be a friend of Bricky, and therefore, and most likely, it'll be Matara Khan. I have done a video about Matara before, rather than with Matara, which was like an advice thing. She was going through a bunch of things she wanted to buy. I was covering what's a good idea and what's a bad idea. Yeah. Merchandising is a big thing that you can definitely get in on. Which I should at some point, but I don't just want to give away fancy t-shirts. Something better than t-shirts. VTubers do a battle report could be interesting. I'll just take that as a thought. Now, when we're talking about Poor Hammer, I will be on the Poor Hammer podcast at some point. Do not worry about that, unless I get cancelled or they get cancelled in some way. I won't say when I'm going to be on, but I am not the VTuber mentioned as the upcoming one. I'm sure that when there is that VTuber collaboration with the Poor Hammer podcast, the comments will be like, it should have been Christian Von Carmian. I was expecting Christian Von Carmian. Where's Christian Von Carmian? Understandably. but I'm on the list. I will do a collaboration with them at some point. So don't worry about that. It's just, think about it, okay? Say there was 50 people who they'd agreed to collaborate with. And they have reduced the number of people they're collaborating with recently. Say I was in the top 20, and they did one every second week. That means about May, June next year is when I would collaborate with them, and then it would be shown. If I ever get cancelled spam videos for 6 months, you'd be good. Really? I don't know. You could do that, or you could go quiet for a bit, then donate to a charity, then come back like a month after that. Or wait till something even worse happens related. I'm just thinking about Cinder, the VTuber, who may be coming back soon. You'll be one of those people making the comment. Thank you, Curtis. Yeah. Something else that I may have been part of, but I'm not going to be part of, is the Warhammer Academic Conference. You may remember me doing that last year, where I went to it, well, snuck into it, and showed off what was happening in the Warhammer Conference. This year, I will not be one of the presenters doing a presentation with people asking questions and things. However, I have been still invited to attend. So I can turn up to the Warhammer conference, I can cover it again, and be like, oh, here's an interesting thought, or hey, this is a cool thing that's happening, we should probably support this. And even though it's academics, you have a lot of game theory academics, and they'll be thinking, okay, what can we do to Warhammer to make it better from a pure game theory perspective? Because it isn't like just money at that point. Games Workshop thinks of money. We don't have to think of money. We can think of like games abilities and stuff. Would people pay to see Christian Von Carmian helping Matara Khan beat Bricky in a game of 40k? Or convince one to play one of the old Warhammer games. That's a fun idea. That's a fun idea. That could be, it was in the collab I did with Paul. The idea of hand and brain. Like, Matara is the one that does the moving and stuff. I am the one that sends the instructions. That's a nice thought. It would then be Bricky just doing his thing. And then we'd make a battle report out of it. He doesn't have the battle report channel anymore, so I see how it couldn't be in person, but Tabletop Simulator, yeah, hypothetically could work. I will do a video about Tabletop Simulator at some convenient point. It's on the list. Make it pay-per-view on both channels. Then battle report a week later? It's not a bad idea. I could get more people becoming members. It's a thought. It's a thought. It's also something I'll have to organize. So many things to organize. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that as an idea. I'm going to get my thought idea. Matara Lab. Uh-huh. Okay, good. With membership payments. Members only. Okay, good. Good. Everyone wants that. That's great. Can I do a thing? Can I gift a thing? No. No, I've given out all the memberships I can afford for this month. Okay. Battle report in 60 seconds is really quick. You do a trailer in 60 seconds. That's an option. Depending on how much a kill team is, you might start a new Deathwatch force, or just have a big kill team roster. Mm-hmm. That's a thought. Because the way it works in kill team is you will get 10 models in that Tomb World kill team box. Do I have it here? I might have it here. Yeah, I still have it from last week. Yeah, this one. It's like, woo, we got Necrons and Deathwatch together. It looks like a sprue of 5. But from the sprue of 5, there are various bits, so you can make 13 models. As in, there's 13 options for models to make from that sprue of 5. In the Kill Team Tomb World box, you get 10 models. And in the Kill Team game, TM trademark Kill Team, this Kill Team, this... not the unit, but like the game system. The Kill Team game system. Then you can use 5 of them. A lot of the other elite teams are like 6 models. Ooh, Bennis. Or Bennies. Welcome. Old Warhammer Apocalypse game. That's a thought. I have been around for a while. Yeah, so it's an interesting idea to have like a kill team. And then that's how they get you. They get you in like a side game and it's like, oh, well, you got so many bits of a kill team. Why not make that into a Deathwatch army? Yeah, sprue of 5, you can make 11 different models. This particular box comes with 10. You make 10 of the 11 models. You'll always be 1 Gravis Marine short. Hello. Alright, we'll move on to the next section of today, which is the Horus Heresy. Oh my, has there been drama for the Horus Heresy. The Liber books they leaked, unintendedly. The Liber books are like the Codex, so it shows you what units are there and what the sort of stats are and things. A lot of weapon options were missing, a lot of units were missing. Horus Heresy was built on the foundation of this is old Marine kits and specialist Marine kits. It's there for older models to be used. It's there for people who love kit bashing to be able to make a unit that you can't just buy on the shelf. So if you want something special Blood Angels unit, you buy extra swords from somewhere that's compatible with like an Assault Marine thing. You buy the Blood Angels upgrade pack. You can mix them together to make this special Blood Angels unit. Or you can forget the upgrade sprue and find swords and axes from other places and then make them yourself out of like bits of Terminator and regular jump pack Marines. And so it's like, yeah, there you go. You're making your own army. It's very thematic. And then they have rules. The Libers only had boxes of the current models that are sold by Games Workshop, which is something I expect they will be doing in 11th edition, and we've seen it a lot in 10th edition. If it's not in the box, you can't use it. So Deathwatch Index 1, the Deathwatch veterans could have a missile launcher. Deathwatch Index 2, there is no missile launcher. And going from 9th edition to 10th edition, Deathwatch used to be able to take Lightning Claws, Power Fists, Storm Bolters. I have a Storm Bolter guy. I just use it as a bolter. I have a Lightning Claw guy and a Power Fist guy. Those are just long vigil melee weapons, same as a Power Sword. But that's not how Horus Heresy is meant to work. It's for the older people who have older collections and want to make lots of weird bits into weird units. So people were upset, and there was a lot of discussion, including among tournament organizers, saying, for at least 3 months, if not 6 months, we'll stick to playing Horus Heresy version 2 and see if there is a big enough interest in actually going to the 3rd edition. Then Games Workshop released Legends rules, or Legacy rules, or Legends of the Horus Heresy. It has a funny name. Let me check the funny name. It is Horus Heresy Legendary, yeah, Legendary Missions and Legacies of the Dark Age. So there's going to be Legends rules released for certain units, not necessarily all the units, and some extra loadouts of kits, like having your Terminators with Power Fists. We would like to be able to have Power Fists on our Terminators. Big shoulder pad dudes were recovered because big shoulder pad dudes are going to be in the release box. So they are in there. That's fine. We'll get back to that, Joe. I'm definitely going to get back to that idea that they intend to remove them later, just because they have Legends rules now. Yeah, if it's got a model, it needs to have rules. If it doesn't have a model at the moment, they may still have rules for it so that other companies don't start printing it, because Games Workshop can say, no, you're making this thing that we still have rules for this model we used to sell. Yeah, no armies usable in multiple game system is going to be a big thing when we get a little bit further along, especially. I agree with it. So, they have legacy rules. In 40k, a lot of players treat legends as dead rules. You can't use them. Why did anyone bother to write these? What are these for? Is this a corporate thing or not? It's not. It's there so that you can keep playing games with your army. That's good. The Horus Heresy legends are stated to be usable in tournaments, are intended to be used in tournaments, are otherwise full tournament rules. There's no reason they're not core rules except for Games Workshop doesn't sell that box. Like the models inside are no longer sold, or the models inside have never been sold. Nowhere in your area will use legends. That's very upsetting. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we'll get to the Legends rules for the Space Wolves. That is expected in the next 1 to 2 weeks. Legend rules come out 1 month after the official Codex release. Then they should be things like the Longfangs, with the appropriate keyword, and Skyclaws, which are Assault Marines. So people will fight over Legends. Legends, apart from apparently in some places, it is getting better in a lot of places at accepting Legends. Lord of the Rings has Legends. People play with Lord of the Rings Legends. Horus Heresy is now, if you want to play actual Horus Heresy, you need to accept legacy things into your list, into your life. Accept the Legends. In Age of Sigmar, Legends are on the app. You can still use them. They still have rules, as much as any other thing. In Old World, people kicked up a fuss at the idea that the... what were they called? They had a special word as well for them, because it wasn't just these are legends. Old World. Yeah, it's called them legends. Yeah, so Lizardman, Vampire Counts, Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, Skaven, Demons, and Chaos Dwarves are all legends in Old World. No one cares that they're legends. People still use them. And there was a little update thing that fans have done saying, yeah, these like few tweaks should help it. Like, oh yeah, maybe it would be nice if your vampire count could actually become a level 4 wizard. Major problem with the Horus Heresy Legends was they failed to state they intended to continue support for them past the edition. People should know that by now. When a unit is in Legends, that doesn't mean you get support for 1 edition and then you're gone. It doesn't mean you get support for 2 editions and then you'll be gone. Think of so many units. Let's do this now. I was going to do this later, but let's do it now. Can you think of a unit in 40k that had Legends rules and then stopped having rules at all? Legacy formations is the Old World, Tom. I see. Yeah. Legends on the app would be a lot nicer. Deathcore Marshal. Deathcore Marshal never had Legends rules. Deathcore Marshal was in the index and then disappeared. Like, completely. Conscript, same thing. They were in the 9th edition Codex. They never got Legends rules. So it isn't that Legends are going to be phased out. Legends are sticking around. If it was something else, oh yeah, Celestians with guns. They never got Legends rules. And they should have. So Age of Sigmar is fine with them. Old World is fine with them. Horus Heresy has Legends at tournaments. Chaos Dreadnought? That is a Hellbrute. It's exactly the same weapons, exactly the same shape. It's just a new name. And if it's one of the older ones, then they're still in Legends. Lots of characters that were in Legends were then removed. I suppose you have, from the Imperial Armor books, the Red Scorpion Chapter Master. I suppose he's gone. As an individual character that you could represent with, say, a Terminator Captain's rules. For example. But thinking of like older stuff, even older stuff. Red Terror never had Legends rules. Tyranid Shrikes never had Legends rules. They were just dropped completely. Lord Hector Rex still has Legends rules, doesn't he? Oh no, he's down as Inquisitor in Terminator Armor. If you want to represent him, use Inquisitor in Terminator Armor. Inquisitor in Terminator Armor is still in Legends. But the Oxap gun, that is still there in Legends from 2nd edition, and that didn't have rules after like 5th edition. So many things are still there, and Legends is still part of the game. Most people are like, oh, they dropped all these units. But those are units that never got Legends rules. Imperial Guard Special Weapon Squad, same things. And then we get some units coming out of Legends, like the Cultist Firebrand for the Chaos Space Marines, the Navigator for Imperial Agents. And I was listening to people being like, oh, this is an amazing new model. It's got these crazy rules. This is going to totally change up Imperial Agents in every Imperial army. And I've seen the rules. I saw them like 9 months ago when they came out in the Legends Agents Index. They've been there. Welcome to the stream. Not Legends. Let's talk about the Novitiates quickly. Okay, so one reason to have a Novitiate squad is to stop infiltrators. You could split that Novitiate squad into one unit that's infiltrating and one unit that's with a Palatine in an Immolator. A reason to take a second squad, with 2 squads, you can block out a lot of the board. Using my stringing them out video, which was from last week, you can cover a lot of the board and the middle of the board very early in the game to stop your opponent getting to everything you have. So there are still uses out of having 2 squads of 10 Novitiates. However, the benefit drops off after 1 unit. So I think that's as much as it is. Chances of Volkite Primaris squad, I very much doubt it, because Games Workshop doesn't like weapons to be viable in 2 different settings. So if you can have an all Volkite squad in Horus Heresy, you're not going to get an all Volkite squad in 40k. Right, back to Legends. Surprised the Manta still has rules. Yeah, many of the big things that look cool, they're like, yeah, we'll just keep them around. Same for Titans. They just keep going with Titans. The rules are very much in everything. It is very cheap and easy and quick to make rules. We saw how quickly they could throw out rules for the Grotmus, where every faction got a new detachment. 2 or 3 of them were really badly thought out and needed fixing, but there we go. They were done very quickly. Bringing back Deathwatch out of Imperial Agents. It didn't take 6 months to click copy and paste from Index 1. It was pretty quick to get that unit back, to get the faction back. So they can just keep putting out rules for Legends things, and even if they never come back to them, they are done. So for 11th edition, I'm seeing that Games Workshop is moving in a more keep Legends around way. For all of the other systems, I know that people think of 40k as more competitive. But seeing the trend, the 2025-2026 mission deck is a lot more narrative. It has asymmetric missions, it has asymmetric deployments. It has a lot of things that you wouldn't think of as, oh, those are not tournament things, but it's in the tournament, not the tournament companion, which is a separate PDF that massively limits how much you get from the cards, but your match play mission deck is a lot more narrative, and Crusade keeps going. There have been 10 Crusade books since Crusade was launched in 9th edition. I expect there will be more. That is far more than the number of tournament companions, tournament support books, and anything else. So we'll keep seeing a more narrative push. And you really should be more adapting than just playing tournament games, because I found tournament players can be very insecure or really bad at playing 40k. They do a very limited number of missions at 2,000 points, only 2,000 points, with specific terrain. So I offered to play one at something slightly different, and they were like, no chance, I would not be able to do that. I did play a super good tournament person from a tournament team, and they keep winning stuff. It was 1,500 points. It was an asymmetric mission. There was the possibility of a tree using the rules for woods, because it's a wood. It's clearly made of woods. It's not a ruin. We can't use the rules for ruins because it's a tree. It's like the opposite of Bug's Life. I know that's a tree. It's not a tree. Benvintan. No, the Sororitas Rhino did not go to Legends because it's not in the Legends PDF. It's fine. It is fine. And the replacement Rhino is not in the Combat Patrol, but it's in the Army box. So you can still get it there. So we're seeing 40k going into a more narrative system, a more friendlier system from previous editions. I say friendly, like it's approachable to new people. If what new people see is get into tournaments, they're not going to be super interested. Like if you say, oh, you want to start Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon, and all you see is this is the tournament scene, get good, you're not going to want to get into it. Yeah. So we're seeing more of that. And I did utterly crush this one tournament player because he didn't understand how few units you have at 1,500 points compared to 2,000. He didn't understand asymmetric missions where you know you're going first or you know you're going second and can deploy accordingly. And trees did confuse him. It was an experience thing. It was more an experience thing. He's really skilled at this one kind of mission, at this one kind of points level with one kind of army. I have the experience from decades now of playing so many different kinds of 40k, narrative missions and competitive missions. I am adaptable. They are not. If Legends was an option on the 40k app, it would be a lot more widely used. Yeah. Yeah. What they should do for points in 11th edition for Legends is points parity, which is easy to do. You could have a computer script remind you to do it. When X unit is reduced in the core set of units, also reduce Y unit in Legends. So we have weird things like a vulnerable dreadnought for the Space Marines is 165 points in Legends, and the only difference between that and a dreadnought in the Space Marine Codex is the vulnerable dreadnought can take an autocannon. That's the difference. So you just need to update the points at the same time. They could be a little bit more expensive if they're in Legends, just so people keep buying the new stuff. So it's like, oh yeah, I could take that other unit, but obviously if there's one that's a little bit better and its models are available and it's in the Codex, then you'll go for that. So then you'd see, okay, it's 135 points for a Dreadnought, it's 140 points for a Vulnerable Dreadnought. Yeah, a lot of the lore and the stories and the, oh yeah, we have video games, like Warhammer Total War, is how it keeps going. So that's the Legend stuff. I can see them supporting Legends more in 11th edition and continuing to do so. Because if a unit is in Legends, that doesn't mean it's done and dead. And they have said very similar for Horus Heresy. You're getting Legends rules for like all the units. Some of the characters who never had rules, they're not going to get rules, but you can just use a generic captain to represent them. Same as like in 10th edition. A vulnerable dreadnought can be very flimsy, yes. They're very weak, the vulnerable dreadnoughts, rather than the venerable dreadnoughts. Mortis pattern is separate. The venerable dreadnought was... You can still get it as a... The thing you buy at the moment from Games Workshop is called the Venerable Dreadnought. They don't have generic Dreadnought anymore. And that's for like Grey Knights and any Space Marines. But they call it generic Dreadnought for Space Marines. They call it the Venerable Dreadnought for the Grey Knights. There was also a Forge World upgrade which let you have 1 or 2 autocannons. It may have had its own special name. Different chapter to be the poster boys for the... Oh, that's a nice idea. If you could wish for the... On the Warhammer Genie, you could wish for a different chapter to be the poster boys of the new edition. Well, we sort of had Blood Angels 2nd edition, and Black Templars 3rd edition, then Ultramarines 4th edition, and 5th edition, then Dark Angels 6th and 7th edition, then 8th edition, 9th edition, and 10th edition has been Ultramarines. Yeah. So we could do with something different. I doubt it'll be Space Wolves, because we've just had a Space Wolves update. I doubt it'll be Blood Angels, because we just had that. Black Templars... No, I think we're going to get Ultramarines again. Maybe they'll be painted yellow this time, just to be different. No, it's going to be Ultramarines. Expect Ultramarines. There you go. There's an 11th edition prediction. Expect the Ultramarines. Okay. So, have I seen the Custodes PDF for Heresy? Yes, that is the very next thing I was going to talk about. The Sisters of Silence are down to 1 unit and a Rhino. Assassins are there, but the Sisters are not. So, this was like a Legacies of the... as well. So, yeah. I haven't looked exactly at the rules in detail. Are they like, oh, you can have a Sister with a Greatsword, or with a Bolt Gun, or with a Flamer, and they're just 1 unit? Or is it that they are just 1 unit with bolt guns? That's very much buy what's in the box. And it makes it a bit tricky for the Sisters of Silence in 40k. Is it going to be we're in 30k but only a little, and mostly in 40k? Or is it we're a little bit in each, or we're not in 40k, except for Legends? Although if they're in Legends in Heresy, maybe they will just be actual units in 40k. 3 different units. 1 with swords, 1 with flamers, 1 with bolters. Yeah. So part of the idea that Legends are dead units, which we really need to get out of... Is that a monies? Oh, someone subscribed to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Get out of the idea that Legends are dead or gone. Other than special characters, they are mostly still around or have very obvious similar ones. They did release a document, which I think is still available on the Warhammer community website, to say if you had this unit, use this unit instead. That is where we get the awkward. If you had been using an Imperial Guard infantry squad and had been doing so since 2nd edition with the heavy weapon squad and the special weapon in a squad of 10, try and use them as either Cadians or Katachan or Death Corps of Krieg. That's where it also says, if you're a Celestian Sacrosanct lover, but you don't want the Sacrosanct part, you want the Bolt Gun instead, just have Battle Sisters. And then you play Champions of Faith, make them righteous, and then they get the 2+ weapon skill and ballistic skill. Yeah, I think if Legends were in the app, it would be much better. They did it with all of the Imperial Armor units, which are Forge World units, which may have still been sold, but they are being phased out from sale. They've been sticking around and they're still in like the app and things. So more units that are Imperial Agents will probably end up as Legends. Hopefully Legends will still be in the app. So people have been rather annoyed at Horus Heresy not giving them what they want, not letting their collection still be viable, and people who play Horus Heresy tend to have played the same models since the start of Horus Heresy. Almost always. The previous, was it 2nd edition starter set, which came with 5 Terminators, a Spartan Land Raider, and a Dreadnought, and like 30 Marines. That was a good starter set. This newer one, it looks alright if you like the big shoulder pads. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be fine. So we need to use Legends more, but we'll see how badly Horus Heresy comes out. because it's so far not looking good. Ooh, want the Malanthrope Hydra rules back. Yeah, if something's come out of Legends, that's always there as a, if they want a new kit, maybe they could do one of them redesigned and in core 40k. Right, we will get on to all of the different factions. The next thing is the Grey Knights leak. So we've seen the entire Codex, most of the entire Codex for the Grey Knights. There is nothing crazy for the Grey Knights. The Banisher's Detachment gets the Chaos Space Marine Army rule, where you either get lethal hits or sustained hits if you pass a leadership test, but there's no mortal wounds if you fail a leadership test, and you can only do it in combat. It's a bit different, but it's perfectly fine. Their Terminators of either kind, either their Brotherhood Terminators or their Super Special Terminators, are in squads of 4 to 10. It's like 4, 5, 8, or 10. The idea being you could make a character out of the box. Like, they don't have a separate Grandmaster in Terminator armor or Captain in Terminator armor. You use one of the models in the box to represent them. This doesn't affect the Imperial Agents version at all. Those stay the same. Paladin Terminators get an extra damage on the charge. They're also 4 to 10 models. And you can now take the Narkithium Apothecary on that unit. Previously it was only on the Brotherhood regular troops battle line Terminator unit, where you could have the banner and the Apothecary. Now you can have the banner and the Apothecary on the more elite super special unit. You think the Custodes is just a single character or a full range expansion? I think it's a decrease in the range. Yeah, and then we'll see in Horus Heresy Legends more of the special weapons for Terminators, and we'll see about this much for the Custodes. And I think there's still a unit missing for the Custodes, which is odd. Paladins. The coolest unit in the Grey Knights Codex now is the Vulnerable Dreadnought. The Vulnerable Dreadnought is a character. He has no missile launcher option because he's not based on the previous Dreadnought kit. It is the current Vulnerable Dreadnought kit, which doesn't have the missile launcher option on the sprue. Not on the sprue, not a unit, not a weapon option for the model. And they have Deep Strike now. And they get 8-inch movement. Yeah, that's the one in the Combat Patrol. So no missile launcher option. It's like autocannon, multi-melter, las cannon. Not autocannon, assault cannon. And the other arm is the fist. That's it. If you want missile launcher and las cannon, you have to play Space Marines, and then you get the Ballistus Dreadnought. Or use the current Dreadnought rules. So I expect their Dreadnought rules for the Space Marines will go to Legends, and they will just have the Vulnerable Dreadnought. Because I see no reason why Games Workshop would keep selling the Vulnerable Dreadnought but say it's just for Grey Knights. It should also be for Space Marines, and Space Marine players could keep using it. Because Games Workshop's like, oh great, we can sell this box to 2 different people. They're going to keep doing that. That's what they want from their boxes. 1 unit, multiple armies, not 1 unit, multiple different game systems. So that's where I see them reducing Custodes, either in Horus Heresy or in 40k, one or the other, and since it's legacies of Horus Heresy where their rules have appeared, I think it's Horus Heresy where we're going to have fewer of them. Yes, as the Vulnerable Dreadnought is a character, he can take enhancements. I've looked through the enhancements and there's nothing that's like, oh wow, that's game breaking on a Dreadnought. At least not for now. And they have Deep Strike, which is great, so they can use the Detachment rule and Army rule. And they have 8-inch movement, which means I think the only Dreadnought that's moving 6 inches are the Chaos Hellbrutes and the basic Dreadnought from Space Marines. Because all of the bigger Dreadnoughts move like 8 inches. The Dread Knights seem very fragile still with Toughness 8, which is lower than the Toughness 9 of the Vulnerable Dreadnought. Multi-melters can take them down with a couple of bad invuln saves. And I find that surprising. What was I fighting? I was fighting Chaos Space Marines against Grey Knights, which should have gone really badly for me. but I was able to just shoot them pretty quickly. And then now a unit in Grey Knights that doesn't have Deep Strike? Do the Dread Knights have Deep Strike? They might. Yeah, the Land Raiders can't Deep Strike. And the Rhinos and the Razorbacks, they don't Deep Strike. And the Venerable Dreadnought special rule is no longer reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1 within 6 inches. It's they shoot a thing, and anyone else shooting that thing gets +1 to hit. Grey Knights usually hit on a 3+, so it is a bonus. Did the Grey Knights get their hammers back? Let me double check, but I think it's still down as basic melee weapons, like Nemesis Force weapons, TM. La 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 la, Grandmaster, Castle and Crow, Brother Captain. Strike Squad has Nemesis Force weapons. So there's no hammers, no warding staves, no double swords, no spears. No. Nothing special there. Okay, now we're going to get into the 11th edition stuff. I've said I may split this video over several streams, it depends on the time. We're an hour in and we've covered all of the cool news stuff. Now we want to get into the video proper. I'm going to do the main rules changes to 11th edition that are expected, when 11th edition is coming out. Then we'll look at the factions, first Imperium, then Chaos, then other aliens. If I get so far through and I'm like, we don't have the time today to finish off all the factions, which I don't think we will, then next week we can cover the others. So if we want to get through the Imperial factions, Chaos and Xenos next time. So when is 11th edition? 11th edition will come out in July 2026. Basically 3 years after 10th edition. Basically 1 year from, let's say, today. 1 year from today you play 11th edition. This matches their 3-year cycle. So they do kill team releases constantly because they can put the kill team units into 40k. They do like Warcry. They did do Warcry. I think they kind of dropped Warcry. There was the other one where you have like little teams of like 4 guys and they fight that can go into Age of Sigmar. That keeps going constantly, but it's a 3-year... Underworlds, thank you. It's a 3-year release cycle between Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy, and 40k. And I think one of the Horus Heresy years may have been swapped out for Old World, which they haven't done massive new expansions for. We're going to get Cathay, but that's an army rather than a whole new rules revamp. And there has been a big FAQ recently, which I haven't got into, and I'm playing Old World tomorrow, and I need to read that, but I'm playing vampires, so it should be fine. Maybe it won't affect me. Yeah, so the 3-year cycle, we had Age of Sigmar last year, we had Horus Heresy this year. Age of Sigmar was last year, yep. The year before that was 40k 10th edition, that was 2023. That was the start of my channel. And so in 2026, we're expecting the next one. Kislev will get their units one day. That'd be nice. They did show off previous artwork for like, hey, we have bears and ice queens and stuff. A lot of that maybe has been used as concept art in Warhammer Total War. But we'll see. I don't think... Has Games Workshop said they were not going to release Kislev till the war in Ukraine is over? I don't think that's something they've said. Also, Kislev is based more off Poland than it's based off Ukraine. Oh yeah, there wasn't much sale of the faction versus faction boxes. You are right. So we saw quite a few of them in 8th edition, where it was like, oh, you want to get this new character or these 2 new characters? You need to buy a versus box and get someone else into it. It was the Abominant and a Space Wolf Lieutenant. It was Castle and Crow and the new Infernal Master for the Thousand Sons. They started that, and they didn't seem to go so great. Whereas here's an army set which has the character in it. If you are a fan of this one faction, buy this set. Then you don't need to worry about, oh, I don't want the other half of the army. I don't want to pay twice as much as I want for units I'm not going to use, which I then need to figure out how to resell. I don't... When I was going around my club, there were people saying, oh yeah, hey, do you want this? Does anyone play this faction who's interested to split it? And I would get bothered because I was like, hey, you play And I don't think there was one with Battle Sisters. Oh yeah, there was Piety and Pain. Yeah, Piety and Pain. Hey, do you want to split this thing with a Dark Eldar player? And they'll get the Scourgers and Fancy Whip Lady. And I would get a Palatine, 5 Retributors, and an Immolator. That was a bit expensive. I get better regen as vampires. Is that a new thing? Because I know we have 6+ regeneration. Is there certain times it happens? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think there'll be any more versus boxes in 10th edition. There was also an article in White Dwarf where we were like 18 months into the edition, and the first thing they say in like the letter from the editor is, wow, 40k is now like in its middle age. We're halfway through it. So we're going to see that if we're halfway through 18 months ago, then 3 years we'll be completing the edition. Can I make an old world video about vampires? I did a little one like 2 years ago. It didn't go well. I don't think I'll be getting into old world as a video creation thing. And I've got too many videos to do anyway. Dark Admech is the big bad of 11th. I think it'd be hard to sell an introduction thing of it. They may appear somewhere in the narrative. I think we're more likely to see one of the core get people in factions as the poster enemy of 11th edition. I'm thinking Orcs, because we haven't heard much from the Orcs this edition. Kislev is based in Poland, but you're an American. Do not underestimate our ignorance. Okay. Yeah, I see where it just becomes, oh my goodness, they're doing the Europeans. I see. Is Dark Admech as xenophobic as basic Admech? They might use like Necron tech and Tau tech to make the tech work, or make the tech more evil, but you can always just shove more demons in there. I need a lamp to get working. Oh, I'll get the mini demon, and you've got like one of the brimstone horrors inside a light bulb. And you just turn it on and bloop bloop. Little light. That's how they work. They don't use electricity. It's all powered by demons. When we saw the Chaos Dwarves last week, all of their weapons were like, well, I don't fire a pistol, I've just got a demon in a bottle. And I tap the glass, and then a demon energy shoots out. Drukhari need an additional launch tier refresh. I do have the current models. I think the models are cool. I don't know if we need a refresh. They would just end up as pretty much the same models, but on 28mm bases instead of 25. Yeah, we'll get to all of them. So should 40k be a 3-year release cycle? I don't think it really should. But once all of the codexes are out, people want something new. If it's been, if you were a Necron player, then you got your codex in 2023. And there's been very few updates to it, and that's you. That's you done. Oh yeah, there's a new mission pack, great. There is a campaign book that's about Necrons, great. That's your everything. If you only play Necrons, that's what's kept you going for 3 years. It can't really keep you going for 4 years. Votan just got a big release last week, so that's coming. People want more rules, they want more things, they want it to be new. And I can't see Games Workshop going, oh, well, for 2026, all we're going to do is release 2 new Crusade books and a mission deck, and we'll call it there. I don't think people would like that. People will expect a new thing, so I would say it's certain 11th edition is summer 2026. We'll start seeing the hype begin for it around March 2026, which is what they did in 2023. Where they were saying, okay, this is the sort of thing that's coming. This is what the rules will look like. That's where they did the last balance patch, which no one really cared about, because it was like, come on, let's just keep going to the next thing. I want to hear more about this 10th edition. I don't want to see the last balance patch for 9th edition, which was a not great balance patch. Imperial Fist got hurt even more, and they didn't need it. Battle Sisters didn't have Armor of Contempt, but their points went up for Repentia. It's like, oh wow, everyone else get points drops and free war gear. Battle Sisters didn't. Yeah. That was not ideal. Not a good time for Battle Sisters. 10th edition was a little bit better. So it'll be a 3-year cycle. So we're now in the end of 10th edition. Expect the last few codices to come out before the end of this year. So that's the Dark Eldar, the Votann, Imperial Knights. Am I missing any? I think that is all of the factions. Because we've had everything except Adeptus Titanicus, and I can't see Titanicus getting updates. Or the unaligned forces. No, I think that's it. The Tyrannies were good in 9th, despite the very big Crusher Stampede. You like the Synaptic Link? Nice. Excellent. Welcome to the channel, person who just subscribed. Then, okay, that takes us up to Christmas. And then we've got the Dark Eldar, we've got the Votann, we've got the Knights. Orcs have had their Codex, yes. With many different attachments, including the Bully Boys, which were strong on release, and Speed Freaks, which was very weak on release. We have all of the clans represented for the Orcs. So that means that once your book comes out and you're waiting till like July for the actual next edition to start, you're getting 6 to 9 months out of the Codex, which is sort of reasonable. Then in 2026, there will be at least one Crusade book, campaign book to like finish off the edition narratively and set up the next big thing. So it could be another Orc thing. We might actually get, well, let's say, an actual Orc thing, because Crusade Armageddon was Grey Knights, Black Templars, Space Wolves, Deathcore of Krieg, and World Eaters. It was not Orcs. So they could do something with Orcs. We could see another Crusade book towards the end of 2025. But I expect one or usually two, probably two more campaign books before the end of the edition. These will be Crusade books because there were 6 Crusade books in 9th edition. They could do something weird like they did with boarding actions at the end of 10th edition and pull out a whole boarding action thing, but boarding actions doesn't seem to have gone down that well. Not in this edition. You can't really buy the set anymore. The rules had one rulebook update, which I didn't think was very good. And that was it, really. There was a get you by compatibility rules at the start of the edition, and maybe we're just seeing the end of boarding actions. Which is a shame, because some of it was really fun. So that is when 11th edition is coming out. We've covered all of the Legends rules in 11th edition, that Legends will become more of the game in 11th edition, more recognized, more part of it. And then there may be like, okay, we're doing tournaments, so do separate things. Or think of it like the 2025 mission deck. Here is your match play mission deck. Here are the things to remove to make it compatible for tournaments. Legends can be like that. Here are all of your units, and they're like easily available and free to see, and they're on the app. If you want to play a tournament and the tournament doesn't want to use Legends, these are the units to remove, which may be all of them, it may be some of them. Legends will stick around. So what is happening to 40k generally? Well, 10th edition was badly playtested on launch. You noticed that, didn't you? If you were playing in 2023. Expect it to be badly playtested on launch again, and need to have a few, well, the first week of like, we're pointing at things and saying, hey, Games Workshop, this is awful, this is overpowered, this is, I play this one unit and I win. Then there'll be a few months of, oh wow, we really didn't factor in the Emperor's Children moving 140 inches per unit. We should probably stop that after it starts smashing tournaments and people start banning Emperor's Children. Now maybe they get round... To get around that, they could either hire more playtesters, but that's expensive. Why would they do that? Everything's gone fine with the launch of 10th edition generally because they got lots of money from the launch box. Doesn't so much matter about the rules being not amazing. and needing work, even though when we think of it, we're like, hey, this is a paper rulebook. This should work. This is not a computer game that you can day one patch. What's happening? Awkward. It's going to be awkward. So they could hire more playtesters. I don't think they will. That's more people who could leak the rules, and they haven't liked that in the past. Oh, 40k stealing from Age of Sigmar we'll definitely get to. So what they may do instead, they could say, okay, here's like the core rules for free in March 2026. Take a look, tell us what you think. Before the core box release with the core rules that's in paper, and then index rules online. That lets us playtest it, and then they can print the proper rules. There's a problem with that. Do you know when they started writing the 11th edition rules? I would love an answer in chat, please. Because while all that's going on, they have to think about the printing time and the cost. If we were to start fixing things around March, that doesn't give them enough time to make the book, correct it, test the new things they corrected, and then put it all together in a book and sell the book. Can I repeat the question? When do you think they started writing the 11th edition core rules? They started about when 10th edition said. Yes, that is exactly when they started, 2 years ago. Because as soon as we had a 10th edition launch, one of the first interviews with Games Workshop staff, and I think it was a Stu Black interview, he said, we've already started working on 11th edition. And they'd already started working on 10th edition at the start of 9th edition. Yeah, so they can't always treat physical book releases like digital rules. It's awkward when you have to send out a digital patch for a paper book, like the points in every codex, including the upcoming Grey Knights codex. Yeah. So the rules will need to be updated almost immediately. Because of printing, because of time, because of cost, I think the same thing will happen in 11th edition as it did in 10th edition. It'll launch, the rules will be pretty bad, we'll be able to fix some of the more glaring issues rather quickly, and then within a week they'll say, okay, Deathwatch, we need to just stop Deathwatch again. And a month later, they'll have their first update. Then after like a few months, they'll see what the tournament scene's like, because they like to take their data from tournaments. 5 USD, thank you for the USD, says they're on the final draft of 11th edition now and ready to send to a printer in a month. That's probably not too far off. I would say no more than 6 months before launch, the books will be printed and ready. When we think about the codexes that came out. Actually, yeah, it might be now. It could be now they're doing it. Like Battle Sisters, like Genestealer Cult. These were codexes near identical to what their indexes, like first patch, basically, was going to be. They saw the problems with Battle Sisters. After a month, they were able to then fix them in preparation for the Codex. However, in other ways, they fixed Battle Sisters, so when the Codex was released, it was way too powerful. For the Genestealer Cult, they were too powerful on launch, so their Codex, a year after the release of the edition, was designed to go, okay, this is where we're going to have a less intrusive cult ambush, it doesn't have any battle line stuff, and we have more things to play with blips. Genestealer Cult had already been toned down so much that when the Codex came out, they were really weak. And since then, I think it was around, December, they got their version 5 of Cult Ambush. I did like the comment to say, who knows what Cult Ambush is going to be in 11th edition, they'll put a bunch of things in a tombola, spin it, and take 2 out, and that's what we're going to get for our rules. Yeah, the 3-inch deep strike rule in recent codices. That's the thing they brought in December to say if you have any rules that say you can deep strike 3 inches, actually you can only deep strike 6 inches. This is to stop people dropping down onto objectives and just claiming them, without the opponent being able to do anything about it. We'll get onto hard reset or soft reset for this edition. We'll see. And Space Marine Suppressors in 11th edition, they've only had a monopose kit, haven't they? So they may be a Legends unit, but they will still be around in 11th edition. Expect they'll still be around. My biggest issue was also that the Genestealer Cult Codex removed the universal 25% Brood Brothers, because my standard 2,000 point army had Sentinels and a Leman Russ, or it had a Shadow Sword. So we're going to see rushed rules. Now, they may want to do digital rules. Like, everything is digital, including the codexes, and not just on an app. You can just buy the rules digitally, as they've done with the core rulebook. They're available for free digitally, as they did with the indexes. They are available for free digitally. They are seeing that their books and things get leaked to the internet anyway. In 6th and 7th edition, they really didn't like this happening, and they had EPUBs, which was meant to be harder to get into and share than a PDF. It was also more awkward to collect. Leaking books became really common in that edition. We didn't see much of it in 5th edition, although I think that was because, early days of the internet. 5th edition was like 2011. There was a decent amount of interneting going on. We had Google at that time. When did Google start? 2005? 99? 97? Oh, the Google algorithm was written about 1998, wasn't it? I remember an internet without Google. Yeah. X is now battle line in more detachments. I think Space Marines may get that for some units in some detachments. We'll see. I'll get onto that in the Space Marine section. Yeah, digital rules for the app by themselves, and then have a code in the app for the codex. That's an idea. Yeah. Oh yes. We're thinking I asked Jeeves before I asked Google. Same. Do people who... Yeah, it depends on the age of the people working there. I have seen more like, these young people, they don't know anything. How can they possibly be involved? In the UK, we're going to have the voting age lowered to 16. So 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote, as they can do in Scotland and Wales, but now you'll be able to do that anywhere in the UK. And people will be saying, what do they know? 16, 17-year-olds, they're stupid. They'll just vote the same way as their parents. And that was an argument used against women's suffrage. Oh, you're just giving men with wives 2 votes. But yeah, young people know about technology. People under 30 know a lot about technology and know more about coding than I do. Whereas the people who run Games Workshop, some of them have been in it since the 80s or the 90s. It may not come as naturally to them to think, we can just release them online at a certain time. If it gets leaked, it doesn't really matter because it's going to look as good as how it eventually does. And if we want to change anything after the leak, we absolutely can. As they have done with like the Grotmas PDFs. Oh, wait, we can just re-release this, but it's not as bad for more DACA? They could do that. So we may see more of an acceptance of digital rules. Full digital rules might make it easier to prevent leaks. Yeah, if they aren't part of marketing strategy. Yeah, if you're not sending a book to a publisher's and then also to a bunch of other people like Games Workshop stores, that is a lot of people that can leak it several weeks before they advance. And you don't need to lead up to the rules for as much, and you could have rules and points accurate on release without a PDF to add in. I'm pretty sure, does Warlord Games do a physical book and also a digital book? They might do. Yeah, they're trying to have the best of video games and paper sales, and they're getting the worst of both. I think it's good that they should still... free core rules. They'll do free core rules. You could do rules only, Codex digital release, but then also do the Codex with the lore, with the artwork, with short stories included. That could be really cool, and it also has all of the rules and stuff at time of release, and the points. That's an option. People like being able to have the Codex. I know people who will buy all of the codices, even though they don't play the armies, because they like the books and the stories and the artwork. You could still have that. If you can get lots of people to buy the overpriced money book, then maybe don't do it digitally, which may be where money is a thing that gets in the way of good game. I prefer good game, of course. Right, a lot of things, to be more general, a lot of the things that are lacking in 40k are like an explainer of what the hobby is, the wargaming hobby, what the game is. It doesn't have the most important rule in 10th edition, that you are here to have fun first and foremost. They need to have that in there. They need to explain that, you know, the models are precious and you buy them and then you paint them yourself and then you put them on the table and they're yours and that's cool. They want to explain the contract between people, that don't be horrible. Make sure the person you're playing is on the same wavelength as you. Mention that modeling for advantage is not really a thing. Although if you mention it, then people will think it was a thing, and yeah, okay, maybe don't mention that. Explain that legends are rules you can still do. Yeah, the legendary your dudes. These are your dudes. Codexes could be lore art books. Maybe. And then you have lots of like pictures of the models. Possibly. But then people will also want the actual rules in there. So I think you should put the rules in there. Bit of both. A quote from someone's article on Warhammer Community. There were 2 further editions of the Battle Tome, Standard Edition and the Gamers Edition. The Gamers Edition, right. The latter is a smaller format, designed to take up less space. Which system was that? Was that for 40k? Or was that for Kill Team? Or was that for Horus Heresy? Or was that for Age of Sigmar? I would love to know. Blackod? That was Age of Sigmar Chaos Dwarves. Excellent, thank you very much. Another important thing that people are struggling with in 10th edition, 10th edition hasn't defined open play, narrative play, and match play, but they keep using the terms. They've said on Warhammer Plus, I watched their recent battle report, they did things like not do sustained hits on the heavy bolter, and the Rogel Dawn's ignore damage was used at the wrong time. You're meant to use that before you see what the damage result is, rather than after you see what the damage result is and say, oh, I'll ignore the high one, not the low one. But never mind, why would Games Workshop play Games Workshop's game correctly? But we need to define these terms, because people are saying, oh, legends, you can only use them in open play. What's open play this edition? You can only use it in narrative play. What's narrative play? How is narrative play different from open play? They have Crusade, they have some story missions, sort of, like historical scenarios, but are those historical scenarios open play? Yeah, it gets awkward. And then watch match play. Matched play is too vague and not defined in 10th edition. So we are using the 2025-2026 matched play mission deck. Is that the only time you're doing match play? So does that mean asymmetric missions are matched play? What happens if I'm playing a Crusade campaign, but I want to use the match play mission deck or the Pariah Nexus mission deck and use the adapting rules in White Dwarf? Am I still doing match play at that point? Is that now narrative play? Is match play only tournaments? Or is any game in which you have equal points limits a matched play game? It doesn't explain it. So people are arguing over this, like, oh, you can only do this in this system. What system? 10th edition has not defined it. They've also had things like casual match play as a term with all capital letters, like C for casual, M for match play, and then P for play. Yep. They've had organized play with a big O and a big P for organized play. None of these terms are defined, and they really need to define them in the core rules, at the start of the core rules section. So everyone has it in the rules, not scattered over half a dozen 10th edition, 11th edition articles on Warpedia, not Warpedia, Warhammer Community. Oh yeah, you get the tiny A5 books in Age of Sigmar. Yeah, they're okay. We tended to get smaller A5 books in 40k in like the release box. You could either buy the big tome, but you could also get the A5, which was the same thing, just half the size. As in, A5 is half of A4, so all of the words were half the size. Maybe you need a magnifying glass, maybe not. So for 6th edition, I had the A5 book in the starter set. For 7th edition, I just scribbled in to my 6th edition starter book the changes, because there were not that many changes. So what about the core rules changes that we're going to see in 11th edition? I think there'll be nothing major. 40k and Games Workshop games change very slowly. So someone who last played in 4th edition will still be able to recognize 10th edition or 11th edition. Space Marines move 6 inches. They have a 3+ save. They have toughness 4. They have a bolt gun. It does some shooting. A tactical marine then is the same as a tactical marine now. So I don't think we're going to see anything as drastic as alternating activations or a bolt action like things in a bag where you pull them out. No, I don't think blast templates will make a comeback. I think they'll just be for like Horus Heresy and Titanicus and things like that. Yeah, we already have enough like interaction between players that not on your turn with stratagems and interruption moves and things like that. That is good. I think that's the extent they need to go for. I'm not falling asleep during my opponent's movement phase because there's nothing I could possibly do. I'm not going to start reading a book or seeing my opponent wants to go for a smoke or whatever it is during my movement phase. What I think we'll have is FAQ and errata rules that we currently have in 10th edition will become part of the core rules. And they'll try and reword the core rules to make more sense. They could have like a quick start guide explaining the rules pretty quickly because the 10th edition rules were rather short, and then an expanded version. I see all of your comments about planes and psychic phase. I'll get to that. Oh, and someone from 4th edition will be like, what's initiative? Where's it? Oh, where's initiative? Yeah, we just do person who charge goes first. We took that from Age of Sigmar. And what are these objectives things? Well, we had objectives. It was just like do this to win the game in 4th edition. It might be table quarters. You could think of table quarters as big objectives. Because there were get units in 4 table quarters to win. You control a table quarter if you have more models than your opponent in that table quarter. Yeah. There are some psychic planes. Eldar have psychic planes. They're horrifying. Have been for many editions. Maybe not right now. So there's a few things lost, but it's a small change a bit at a time. Like a big change was 7th to 8th edition, where we got a new wound table. And it wasn't cross-referencing this 10-point thing with this other 10-point thing. It was, if you're equal strength to toughness, it's a 4+. If the toughness is higher, it's a 5+. If the toughness is lower, it's a 3+. And so on. What we had from the older editions was a lot of taking from Warhammer the Old World. As it was called then, Warhammer Fantasy, or just Warhammer. More recently, we take from Age of Sigmar. But if you think of the older stuff, character upgrade in Warhammer Fantasy, that is important, because if you've got 5 guys fighting and you have a champion who gets 1 more attack, that's a significant increase in the number of attacks. In 40k, where everyone's a skirmisher, they couldn't quite get their head around, and upgrading a sergeant to a veteran sergeant should not be 15 points, when a space marine is 15 points. Oh, you get 1 more attack and 1 more leadership. Okay. I can have 1 more attack, 1 more model, 1 more wound, 1 more save, 1 more guy shooting with gun for the same points. And it took them a while to figure out, oh, right, yeah, characters are not super important. And then we got the 8th and 9th edition characters where they were running around on their own with like 5 and 6 wounds and swinging attacks. And then we have a mix in 10th edition where characters are in units. Yeah. Edition changes are 1 at a time and are kind of slow. It's only really the core rules that gets the major update. That is what defines a new edition. Because throughout the edition, there are lots of minor corrections and clarifications, and all of the armies get an update, especially with, like, the Codex releasing. We should again expect to see rules come over from Age of Sigmar and Horus Heresy. I absolutely expect wounds characteristic to be called health. Like, oh my god, Ponies 111 says. And they should be. In Age of Sigmar, it's called health, not wounds. That is an easy one, and it was rather confusing when you have the Palatine attacking. For every successful wound, you cause a mortal wound. Okay, so I've reduced my opponent's wound characteristic by 2. That's 2 wounds. I caused 2 more mortal wounds, right? No. A successful wound is where you make a wound roll and it's successful, or you use lethal hits to automatically succeed at the wound roll. Yeah. I'll get back to that comment, Jan. I will get back to that. That's on the list. Right, Battle Shock may disappear entirely. It has gone entirely in Age of Sigmar. We still have it in Horus Heresy, along with a load of other stats. Like Initiative, Cool, Willpower, which seems awkward to kind of split up, but there it is. Like their tech ability, so it's how good are you at, like, doing objectives? Do you have hands? Or are you a mindless, stupid servitor? I don't think that'll become a 40k thing. I think Battle Shock may stay. I like Battle Shock. I know a lot of other people don't. Where it either has absolutely no impact on the game, or it completely ruins the game because you weren't thinking about it. If it disappears, then Chaos Knights will have to have a full rework. So perhaps there will be a Battle Shock rework. Elite units usually don't care if they're Battle Shocked, unless they really wanted to have a stratagem. If you're not holding an objective, Battle Shock does barely anything. But I've gotten more use out of, like, oh, the Patriarch's coming, he's going to hug a bunch of people, and oh, look at that, now you've all got to take leadership tests, and you're Battle Shocked, and these are all my objectives. Battle Shock is important for Guard because it affects their orders. Yeah. So it matters for some armies. Sometimes. I don't think alternating phases would happen. No. I think they'll stick with what they've got in 40k. Bring back the little plastic bits that help speed up attack turns. That's a thought. Speeding up is definitely a thing. We'll get to that. So maybe Battle Shock would also have, like, your attacks are -1 to hit. That could be an extra Battle Shock penalty. Night Lords can try and use Battle Shock with their, say, Sorcerers and Raptors. That can work. Maybe. Yeah, reducing movement, reducing attacks. I could see that. Maybe not you have to remain stationary if you're Battle Shocked. Maybe not as extreme as that. But that would be a pretty nasty penalty. If you're Battle Shocked, you have to remain stationary. But then, if you're Battle Shocked, isn't that also meant to represent fleeing and being scared? I think they'll probably stick with what they've got at the moment, rather than going back to something like 9th edition, where you lose additional units or additional models randomly, or 8th edition, where you were guaranteed to lose additional models. Where you could say, okay, Termagants, they're out of synapse range. I shoot 5 of them. Great, your leadership was 5+. I've shot 5, or is it? Yeah, so leadership 5, I've shot 10. I know the other 5 are going to run away, guaranteed. If you're Battle Shocked, you can't generate critical hits. That's an interesting one. Yeah, I could go with that. I don't think they'll go back to early editions 40k, where if you fail Battle Shock, your models have to move towards your deployment zone or to a certain board edge. Because in asymmetric missions, anything that's narrative, that immediately gets awkward. Like, oh, we need to add into all of our scenarios exactly where the units are going to flee to. Half movement? Maybe. But some other penalty. I could see them doing some other penalty. I think there'd also be command point changes. Stratagem changes. There needs to be some merging of monster and vehicle as keywords. There's very little reason to have them separate. And it means that things like, oh, tank shock, can't be used by a Crusher Stampede monster unless you're in the Crusher Stampede and you have your own unique special stratagem. Big monsters should be able to tank shock just as much as anyone else. Grenades is limited to just grenade units. Maybe they could get rid of that and have it as some abilities in some detachments, like a grenade heavy one. Otherwise, it's assumed that you're fighting to the best of your ability anyway with the weapons you have. Grenades are more of a kill team thing instead. Yeah. Okay, we'll definitely get to Divergent Astartes and things when we get to the Imperiums section. How am I doing with this? I've got a lot more rules to cover. And I've been going for an hour and a half. Okay, I do need a tiny break. I will take a tiny break. Let's say a 1-minute break. You can think about other things they may do with 11th edition. And I'll be reading the comments. Okay, good comment. Don't start a fight. Behave. Where's my button? That's the right button. There we go. We're back. Okay, more core rules changes. Right, stratagems. Yes, we're changing stratagems. We have monsters and vehicles merged. We can actually use more of the core stratagems. I think the command point reroll will be reduced even more. In 8th edition, when it was introduced, you could reroll any dice. If it was, oh yeah, Celestine gets back up in a 2+, I rolled a 1, you could reroll that. In 10th edition, it was much more limited to like hit rolls, wound rolls, damage rolls, save rolls. You would mainly want to use it on potentially wound rolls, but more likely damage rolls. Because you know you're going to do some damage, you roll a 1, it's like, I don't want to do 1 damage, I want to do 8 damage. 6 damage. I'll reroll that dice. The other major one is charge rolls. If you fail a charge, you then do 0 attacks. All of your attacks miss, you're not in engagement range, the enemy doesn't need to fall back, you get shot and die. This is especially bad because when I played Deathwatch a bit earlier this week, I had 4 charges to make. I passed one with a reroll, and I failed a 5-inch charge, a 4-inch charge, and another 4-inch charge. That was basically the end of the game. Then my opponent made an 11-inch charge. It was horrifying. But that's why you need to be able to reroll charge rolls. And not, oh yeah, I'll reroll this save roll. I save on a 2+. Oh, I rolled a 1 and Abaddon has died. No. I'm going to reroll it. Oh, he doesn't die. Sucks for you. There goes the drama of the moment. So I can see command point reroll being reduced even more. That is where they do it in Age of Sigmar. They have one of their order things is advance 6 inches, that may have gone actually, and reroll a charge roll. Yeah. Tanks may not be locked in combat anymore. If I've understood the rules for Horus Heresy 3, and I may not have, tanks are in engagement range and can be fought, but they're never locked in combat. So it could be then interesting and fun to have stratagems and abilities to drive through enemy units. I can't see them then, like, oh yeah, you can't move through me unless you're certain types of walkers, but tanks would never be locked in combat. Because they're vehicles, they could obviously just drive away. You think that would work? Yeah. They would be limited to, if you totally surrounded them, they can't get out. That's the only way you can lock them in combat. Yeah, and then changing core stratagems like smoke and grenade. Yeah, I can see that, because they are very much, oh, you play Necrons? These don't exist for you. What's a smoke screen? Oh, you play, I don't know, Tyranids? They don't throw grenades. No. Right, what are they going to do with aircraft? I think that all of the aircraft will become like helicopters, as in hovering. That is the only way they can really interact with the scale of 40k as it is, with the size that it is. Even as legends, and I think many of them would go to legends, there would still need to be rules for aircraft. Why is the tinnitus-causing land speeder with the iron hail guns as either side of a Space Marine's head? They have the fly keyword and a big base, big stand, but they're not an aircraft. Other units could be like that. All aircraft could be like that. Because the rules just don't work with aircraft. If you play as aircraft, you start in reserves. You turn up on turn 2. You then cannot move because you arrive from reserves. And you have to angle your base in a certain way so that you know that your next movement would be so that you can stay on the battlefield. You have to move at least 20 inches. The problem with that is not all of the bases are 6 inches wide or long. So if you want to go directly across the battlefield through its narrow part, you can't because your base doesn't fit within 6 inches. So you have to put your base sideways. And now you're going at an awkward angle across the table. And then you pivot 90 degrees. And we don't do pivoting in 40k. Pivoting is for Titanicus. Pivoting is for the old world. Yeah, airships. I mean, it works okay in Age of Sigmar. You can still slap them and hit them. They're flying close enough to the ground so that the future weapons of 40k can shoot them. So even if they're mostly in Legends and not the Corvus Blackstar, because we actually need the Corvus Blackstar, then there would need to be working rules. So making them a lot more like the big land speeders, and I can't remember what the big land speeders are called. Whatever is the thing that replaced the land speeder. Like Thundered, Speared, Strike, Platform is something like their name. Storm Speeder. Storm Speeder. Totally different to a land speeder. Made by Mr. Storm, not Mr. Land. Yeah, it's an odd thing. But that's how you could sort out aircraft. Then there are basic working rules. It's not that difficult. Treat a land speeder and a Viper and a Falcon. They can all fly. They're all big vehicles. Maybe they don't go as high up in the sky, but there you go. They have a base. It would be okay. They just don't need to move as fast. And I don't know about objective control and blocking movement. I like objective control. I hope objective control sticks around. It was way better than a certain number of models on an objective, with battle line units having objective secured as a rule. So if there was no other models with objective secured, then they would control it. However, if there was, then you ignore both parts of the rule, which could get confusing, because if there was 2 battle sisters and 1 orc boy, and also 2 orc knobs, well, I've got 2 units with 2 models with objective secured, you've got 1, but I don't have it. The orc player has it, because they have 3 models. Objective secured and objective secured stop the objective secured rule working. It was confusing. Very confusing. Melee shouldn't be able to hit something with fly unless it melees or has the fly thing. Yeah, that's where it gets a bit more awkward. How do you, like, conceptually put that? But I mean, how do you conceptually have the Thunder Spear Strike? Storm Speeder, Thunder Strike, and Storm Spear Hail Strike. They're just flying. They are pretty high up off the ground. Yeah, they're very high up off the ground. They're like a flying tank. That's silly. But there you go. That's what a land speeder thing is like. So assume that they're just low to the ground. They come too close to a building. They get grappling hooked down for a bit. Maybe there's ideas like that. Maybe. Otherwise, it's like 8th edition, which was something you could have. Like, flying units could only be engaged in flying combat if you could also fly. So my Raptors were good. My Seraphim was trying to kick tanks. It's a nice idea. But I think keeping the rules much simpler is the better option. So treat a Storm Speeder and a Corvus Blackstar as the same. So what do we do with fortifications? Fortifications, they could just be completely dropped. From orbit? Drop cathedrals? They don't really work because you've got so many different boards full of terrain. You're adding more terrain to that, and it gets awkward. Like, oh, there's a very narrow alley where I can put this thing with a gun. In 9th edition, it sort of worked because you would replace an existing terrain feature with your defense line. Yeah, Battle Sanctum wants Deep Strike. Yeah. If the Grey Knight's Dreadnought has Deep Strike, why not the Adepta Sororitas Battle Sanctum? It's fine if it replaces terrain, otherwise, hey, this is just a static unit, and it doesn't work. Similar Age of Sigmar rules? Okay, so in Age of Sigmar, you can have terrain pieces, and they give off big auras. We've seen some things like that, like the Malignant Plague Furnace for the Death Guard. That did something like that. The Battle Sanctum for the Sisters has an aura of better... You can use 1 more Miracle Dice? Yeah. No? Yeah, it's about that. It's about that. Hammerfall Bunkers, maybe give it an aura, and yes, it's got some heavy bolters. But it can only fire like 1 heavy bolter from whatever direction. So it could be possible. What if you put it on like a marine drop pod so it's open? And it's just like a 5 square inch on the board? Yeah, Age of Sigmar does have like 3... It's like a big, a medium, and a small piece of terrain for each quarter. Which I think is enough terrain even for 40k games. It depends how close you have them to the center. It's, yeah, the faction terrain isn't as required in this edition, but if it costs points and it's optional, you could buff either the entire army by having it, or a small area. So they could do something with the fortifications. But maybe moving them, stop selling them. If they're not selling is the big thing. If they're selling them, get money, they'll keep having core rules. If they're selling them and they're not making much money, they'll stop selling them and put them in Legends. So what about terrain? There needs to be more line of sight blocking rules for other kinds of terrain. You have it where, oh, if a statue is a statue and the shape of the statue blocks line of sight, you can't see behind the statue, or you get the benefit of cover if you can partly see behind it. That's okay. That's okay. But a wood needs to have line of sight blocking. In 3rd edition, you could only see like 4 inches into a wood, and that was it. They could do something similar for other terrain features, like a ruin, or you can only see a few inches into the ruin. Line of sight is definitely kind of whack. We don't need more L-shaped ruins. We want something other than L-shaped ruins. So an area of trees, that could work. I don't know if they'll drop true line of sight. They seem too much wedded to it, and I think especially with 11th edition being similar to 10th edition in theory, they'll keep them together. I have tried making my own terrain rules for 40k, but it breaks down once you consider height and moving up and down a building. What are the messages? Okay. Bear with, bear with. Okay. Yeah, so you could have it where, okay, all terrain features are like area terrain. They block line of sight. It gets then awkward for barricades. And okay, that works. If you could effectively play with a strip of card as the cheapest way to play 40k and say, if you're in it, you can be shot, but you have the benefit of cover. You could be charged. No cover, because we tried hard cover in 9th edition. +1 to your save if you're behind a wall or in a ruin, you get charged. Everyone forgot about it, especially me. But if you're behind it, if you're not in it, then you can't see through it to shoot it. It kind of works. The problem is height. Do you do, oh, you can move infinite height vertically, which would work for some of the more, hey, this is a big bunker. It's 10 inches tall. There's no way I can move my 4-inch moving unit. Like vertical 10 inches at most, and also horizontal. I don't want people that bought the L-shaped ruin to be out of luck. I mean, they should still be usable. But we need something else. You could reduce ranges of ranged weapons. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, you could do less terrain. And you could cap ranges at like 24 inches. Unless you have a special rule. I don't know. I don't know. You could just say, yeah, the terrain is the terrain. Then you can actually move super heavies around. That's a problem. If you put a Bane Blade on the board, then you got to figure out from deployment where it's going to move the one time it's going to move. And that's about the best you can do. So I would like less crowded terrain. I don't like that almost everything everywhere has the benefit of cover, but I know you do need line of sight blocking. So they would have to try and tone down ranged attacks if we're going to have a bit less terrain. Terrain is necessary at the moment because of the lethality. So yes, I agree, they should reduce the lethality. I'll get onto that. But you could have other special rules for terrain. You're in some trees or you're in a ruin. You don't just get the benefit of cover, you get stealth. Or you get stealth from trees and you get the benefit of cover from ruins. A little bit like 9th edition, but not crazy where it was like, assign 3 of these 27 traits to every terrain feature. No. No. And I'll do that in a second. Tetris-shaped terrain. Yeah, okay. So it's not just L's. We've also got long columns. We've got squares. We've got S-shapes. Sort of S-shapes. Very nice. Very nice. It's certainly a thought. Get more U-shaped terrain in there. We have some of that actually already. Get more almost fully enclosed buildings. Almost. We could do that. Right. In reducing lethality and things. Do I think they'll introduce a PvE mode in 11th edition? I mean, they haven't Kill Team, and I know Pua Hammer's done a version. Pua Hammer's version takes a bit of work to, like, figure out and things. There may be, like, if they do an example thing in the 11th edition core rules, hey, here's how you start playing. They've done that before in 5th edition. They had, okay, just move your little Lieutenant Varus, I think his name was. Maybe he wasn't called that. He's landed, he's crashed, he's walking around, the spore mines are moving in a random direction, you get used to movement. There could be something like that where enemies just come at you. And it does work okay in Kill Team. It's fun to do a players versus enemies in Kill Team. Destroyable terrain? Oh, do you want to give wounds to terrain features? That's an option. I don't know if we'd necessarily want that. And it seems a bit confusing if like 2 melter guns can burn an entire Aegis defense line that's 20 inches long. Slope terrain giving bonuses to your charge rolls? Maybe that's a bit much. We don't want to have too many more rules. We don't want to go back to 9th edition. What I think 40k should have is smaller games. So at the start of the edition, points will be high. It always is. Because then they can reduce points in balance patches and suddenly things feel good. Oh, my army got a points drop. Of course your army got a points drop. Everyone got a points drop, but not at the same time and not at the same rate. That's how you do balance. So armies start small, they get bigger as the edition goes on. Then we can also push Combat Patrol with like mission cards and decks to be like Age of Sigmar Spearhead. Then it can work. And I see no reason then why you can't make your own Combat Patrol out to 500 points. Oh, look at that recent video I did. It's about the Deathwatch. It's making a thing. Making my own Combat Patrol. It's a thought. It's a thought. I would like Combat Patrol to be viable. Yeah. People have a lot of thoughts on terrain. A lot of them are good thoughts. It's just making the addition of 40k be compatible with terrain. And I think it's a big flaw in this edition. Haha, flaw. Buildings have flaws. That was definitely a pun. Games Workshop needs to sort out terrain. As they need to, like, do a bit better on fortifications and aircraft. So I think smaller games should be encouraged. Will the topics of the stream be condensed into a YouTube video? I will do some aspects already planned in future videos. This is me getting thoughts out because I don't want to make a full video on it. And it's nice to have like the community here as well. So it's definitely worth watching the video, this VOD. But some parts I'll put into its own video. But that's going to be remade rather than just clipped. Like a White Dwarf and how to make a custom combat patrol for a home game? I would like that too. Maybe it won't go as stupid as the vehicle design rules that were in White Dwarf. Make any tank you want. Great. I'll have a truck with no rear. You can shoot the rear with a lasgun and it'll explode. But it explodes really well. Oh, my Lehman Russ, it just has 20 autoguns. I roll it forward and it murders infantry. So I would like there generally to be smaller games. Games Workshop has said in interviews they want to have a shorter attack sequence. So they're saying like, okay, we do hit rolls, we do wound rolls, we do save rolls, we do invulnerable saves, we do feel no pains, we also do rerolls, we also modify damage. Reducing a lot of that. Maybe reducing damage because that gets confusing when you have +2 from Melter and also -1 or halving damage. At what point do you do things? Then you need to set up a table to say when all of the stuff happens. The Sigvald truck, it has no rear armor. I like it. I know the model. Yeah, so they may do something like dropping Feel No Pain, which really slows down the game. Because if you're hit by a damage 2 attack on, say, a damage 2 model, then you got to roll. Oh, we got 8 of them, right? Roll 2 dice. Roll 2 dice. Roll 2 dice. Okay, that's a model dead. Roll 2 dice. That's a model dead. Roll 2 dice. That's a wound. Keep going. Roll some dice. It takes ages, and it really slows them down. They may also do something that they said they would do at the start of 10th edition and massively reduce the number of rerolls. Because the game is a lot less deadly without a million attacks that also reroll hit rolls. the average, it's less towards the average for a set of rolls. Whereas if you do rerolls, you get way above average number of hits. Yeah, Poxwalkers against Custodes is dice hell. And maybe the Orcs as well for the number of rerolls. How do I feel about Deadly Demise? It's odd that they don't always explode. I'm okay with them not always exploding. I think it's a fun, oh, it might explode, or it might just be wrecked. I'm also okay with taking the tanks off the board, which we didn't used to do in older editions, where you could like, oh, I'm going to block this area between like two buildings with my tank. You destroy the tank. Did it explode? No. So therefore it's a terrain feature that you now have to climb up and over. And it's like, I'm stepping on your model. That's not great. Yeah. So reducing dice, maybe. Deathwatch, take less keywords on the infantry of the special ammunition strat. Oh yeah, that's a cool stratagem. It's a nice one. We've also seen that they've tried to make the game quicker by consolidating special weapons. Oh, what's that? You're a Grey Knight player? Get ready for generic Nemesis Force Weapon attack. Oh, you're a Deathwatch player? Get ready to fire your Deathwatch Long Vigil ranged weapon. And the three kinds of Intercessor bolt gun got merged into one kind of bolt gun. So if the game is made less deadly, with fewer attacks, although their current go-to is, oh, we don't know what to do for a detachment rule, like the Subterranean Assault and the Grotmus Votan detachment, they just put in reroll ones for everything. Oh yeah, Bridgehead Assault for the Imperial Guard. Every unit has models, every model gets to reroll hit rolls of 1. Games are taking too long. People are not finishing games. I think I'm right that Horus Heresy is now 4 turns? Let me know if I'm right about that. I think it's 4 turns. Age of Sigmar Spearhead is 4 turns. If you play a game of 40k and you don't finish it, that is like negative fun. It's harder to get children and parents to play the game. If it's like, oh yeah, we're going to play this game and we're just going to learn it. At most, like the attention span of a child, I mean, I'm talking like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. It's an hour and a half, 2 hours. Then you're like, I want to take a break. Okay, I've had a break. This isn't fun anymore. How much longer is the game? Oh, we've done 2 turns out of 5 or 6. I think there should be more points on everything so that the game sizes are smaller. It's easier to get an army. It's easier then to play a full army and get going with it. Yeah, Vanguard veteran weapons are another one, which were called heirloom weapons at the start of the edition. I don't know about less health, but certainly fewer attacks. The average Space Marine has 3 or 4 attacks now. It's a lot. I was surprised when my Deathwatch Stern Guard started just slapping Banshees out the way. Get tabled early. Yeah, but running out of units does speed up the game. Making the game less deadly would benefit the big models more. They would stay there, Hordes units still get removed. Yeah. They did things... Having the wound change at 8th edition for the table made elite armies feel less elite, so to take more models, they increased that. Oh, the big thing really was changing the points. Because when you change the points, so that you're no longer paying for all of the weapons, you could have the points exactly the same per model. A Battle Sister is 10 points, but the Multi-Melter that cost 10 points, the Power Sword that cost 3 points, the Combi Weapon that cost 4 points, the Flamer that cost 5 points, none of that's included. What should be a 125 point unit is now 105 points. And it adds up. And after like 5 units, you now have another unit on the board that needs to move, that needs to shoot, that needs to score objectives, that needs to have abilities spent on them that you need to roll Battle Shock for. Things like that. I don't know about 1 attack per model because we've done that in 40k before and it's like an awkward slap fight between 2 Marine units. but we don't want it so if the person charges, they win. So I think fewer attacks in melee, just by one, generally. And for ranged attacks, you could reduce the range. Something like that. I don't know if you'd want squad stats. I think it's cool having individual characters. But I see the idea of squad stats, yeah. Where you have, like, you have 10 models. This unit, therefore, has 20 wounds. When every time you lose 2 wounds, you take off a model. I see the thought. Yeah, it was... I didn't like that they removed... I really didn't like that they removed the points for that edition, for 10th edition. We'll get back to points. Yeah, the rerolls are probably more of a problem than the number of attacks. I think I can agree with that. Because you could have 30 attacks, miss 20 of them, but if you've got full rerolls to hit, you then go back to hitting with like 15, 25 out of 30. Reducing rerolls would be good. If things are less deadly, then tournaments change their mindset as well. It's not about trading units for victory points and trading units to get onto an objective. So your armies can be smaller and they can last longer. Age of Sigmar does alright. There's not like, oh yeah, my army was wiped out by turn 4 in Age of Sigmar. It rarely happens. There are a lot fewer attacks. Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy armies are smaller. You can play 3,000 points, and aside from Dreadnoughts in 2nd edition being overpowered, it wasn't too crazy. Wish they'd consolidate Assault Intercessors, Hellblasters, and Furnace Desolation and stuff into single units. Why, we could call it a tactical squad. Wouldn't that be nice? I would love a tactical squad from Intercessors and Hellblasters and Furnace Marines and Desolation Marines, but people have so many of them that they'll probably stick around as their own units. I know Age of Sigmar is much more melee focused, so we don't have the shooting section. But when you get to the melee, it's not, I charged, I wipe out your unit, we're done. That rarely happens. You could get rid of Twin Link to not be re-rolling hit rolls or re-rolling wound rolls, just have more shots. Rolling more dice is quicker, it may be a bit more deadly. Yeah. Only the problem with re-rolling only failed hit rolls is if you have things like lethal hits. Oh, I really need 6s. If I don't roll a 6 here, it's pointless. So you want to re-roll everything that's not a 6. I know it's a little bit faster, but not really. Also, we had an awkward thing in 9th edition where you do re-rolls, then you do modifiers. So if you had -1 to hit, and also you re-roll failed hits, you normally hit on a 3+, that means you can't re-roll the 3s. You re-roll the 1s and 2s, and then those 3s miss, because then the -1 is applied after the re-roll. Standardized weapon loadout, 1 hit, 1 wound roll per unit. What you're thinking of there is Apocalypse with the D12 system. They had it where you put massive armies on the table. You say, okay, my unit shoots at your unit. You roll a D12. And then it was like, okay, it says on my chart, I rolled a 10, therefore that's 1 small wound to you. That's that unit done. Next unit. It's quick. It's kind of fun to see it on the table. Moving all the models was still a really big pain. It was interesting. I didn't much like it after a couple of games, though. I doubt that the psychic phase will return. A lot of psychic things are attacks. A lot of psychic things are abilities. If it's a shooting attack, it happens in the shooting phase. If it's a movement ability, it happens in the movement phase. Age of Sigmar has split them apart. When you do your related thing is in the set phase. Fantasy has also split up magic happening in the appropriate phase. I don't think we're going to see the psychic phase return, because then you have to think, okay, if you have a psychic phase, then Grey Knight players, Thousand Sun players, they get a phase entirely to themselves where they can do stuff and you can't. So to counter that, you then have to add in resistance and then faith resistance, and then that's a whole nother part of the game that takes longer. Yeah. Would more leniency and unit cohesion rules speed up the game? No, because if you're then trying to measure things like 3 inches away or 2.5 inches away, it's a bit different. They could make the units tighter together. Everything has to be within 1 inch. That gives you more space on the board. That's an option. Yeah, people wouldn't want to change to a new dice system, because unless you play Dungeons and Dragons, then you don't have the special dice. And the first edition of 40k was designed for people who play games like Dungeons and Dragons. So there were D8s, D20s, D6s. And then by 3rd edition, it had moved to D6 only. But in 2nd edition, I remember rolling like, oh, this does D4 damage, this does D8 damage. And it was awkward. Limiting rerolls to characters, units, maybe. But they want to make the game faster. I think making the armies smaller is the best way to do that, because then you keep the cool factor and you don't remove all the weapons and make things generic and say, you are a Terminator, you've rolled 2 attacks per model, just roll 10 dice regardless of what you have. Or roll 1 special dice. You don't want to make it too standard like they did in the D20 system. Didn't go amazing. Smaller armies would be better. If 1,000 points, what is 1,000 points now, became 1,500. If what is 1,500 points now became 2,000 points, that is so much better. Yeah. Right, ally rules and the way allies will work, I'll talk about with the factions, depending on the factions. Right, that's there. Okay, yeah, I haven't missed a thing. Right, if there's going to be big changes, like all of the things we've mentioned, if we're doing things like reworking Battleshock, there will need to be new index rules to replace the 10th edition codices. That would be a shift. In past editions, you were Codex compatible for at least 2 editions. 2nd edition was a massive change. 1st edition was totally different to 2nd edition. 3rd edition was very different to 2nd edition. 3rd, 4th, and 5th were compatible. 6th and 7th were compatible. 8th and 9th were compatible. So you'd think, oh, 10th and 11th should be compatible, but not necessarily. So that is the big question. If you don't redo things and reset to a more blank system, you get inevitable rules bloat if you're not reset, which we saw in 9th edition, because so many supplements from 8th edition were valid, because the Imperial Guard were playing with their 8th edition codex from as soon as they got it in 8th edition after their index, all the way through to January 2023. Then suddenly they switched to the codex. And if Games Workshop is going to have all of the codices out by the end of December this year, that gives you 6 months to play with all of the codexes in the game. There is your end of 10th edition. Then they reset for 11th edition, and you have to buy your codex again. Buy more. Buy it once again. I think you can see why they do that. More monies. Yeah. Knights and Mechanized Guard will suffer hard if we shrink. Mechanized Guard would have like 1 or 2 fewer Armored Fist things. The Knights would see a reduction in their profile, which we've already had. They're on 3+ saves rather than 2+ saves. Their toughness is a bit lower. Their wounds have gone up. I don't know if they'd be like phased out the Knights, but I could see where Knights become about as common as Baneblades, whereas the Armigers are much more the thing you play. If we're not resetting everything in 11th edition, how massive is the errata going to be for, well, we have new core rules, but oh wait, my health is now a thing. I need to change that from wounds. Maybe that's simple enough, but how do we alter Battleshock? How do we alter, oh, we don't do that anymore. We have this incompatible rule. So I think they will say, yeah, well, let's reduce it a bit. Let's change the rules. Let's go back to indexes, which is what I think they'll do. Very similar to this edition, but it's what they will probably do. even if they did like, okay, your codex is still compatible, but they have an index of replacement datasheets, then we have the bloat of detachments. If all of the detachments are still valid, how massive is it going to be by the end of the edition? Do you just say, okay, we're done with detachments, anything from now on is a rework? I mean, that's not awful, but they would have to rework all of the existing ones as well. That could be fine. That could be like, here's your new index with your unit rules. Here is also a bunch of detachments, more than one detachment to get you going. I really think the detachment system works well for sub-factions. There will be something that you can be represented by, and it's not locked to the color that you painted your Space Marines. What they could do is move some of the stratagems. You could have core army stratagems, like every Space Marine army will have access to the same 2 stratagems regardless of what detachment you're in. Oh look, that's where Armor of Contempt goes. That's where grenades maybe go? Yeah? Something like that? Genestealer Cult had a blip-related movement ability in each of their detachments. I know we don't really need the blips anymore, but they're still there in all of the detachments, so that could become a core stratagem. Move one of your blips, or replace them. Then there are 4 stratagems in each detachment. Like that. It's a bit simpler, and it doesn't matter what detachment you're playing, you can always remember 2 of your stratagems, and it doesn't matter what army your opponent's playing, you'll easily be able to remember 2 of their stratagems. Eldar going to soup eventually? It's a thought that, you know, Ynnari could actually become a thing. I could sort of see that happening. Yeah, Genestealer Cult got split off from Tyranids. Chaos, we'll get to them when we get to them. We'll talk about them there. The battle line could be set by your detachment rather than by your datasheet. Not a bad idea. Yeah, I could see that working. Then it's actually relative to the actual army you're playing as to which units you want to bring. Maybe you still want a sticky objective unit anyway. Like, oh yeah, I'm playing Outlander Claw, I've got bikes, I've got tanks, I've got trucks. I'm going to take some neophytes to sticky my objectives. I don't think they're going to bring back half Eldar from 1st edition. No. Dark Eldar getting folded into Eldari and becoming the new demons? Maybe. Limiting units to their sub-faction in a faction would be a cool way to limit abuse of rules. I think it'd also be a way of really upsetting some players. If it was like, I had this great army and it was very Terminator-focused, so I had 2 units of Terminators. And then I find out that it has to be very Terminator-focused, and I don't have enough Terminators, and I don't have enough ways to do other things, and everyone's just playing generic detachment. I don't think that would be great. If soup is more viable in general? It depends on keywords. It depends what we're doing. If we'll do allies when we get to the different factions. But I think after 8th edition, which was super galore, a Imperial Fist Space Marine army has an Imperial Knight, a platoon of Imperial Guardsmen, 2 captains with hammers, and, I don't know, a Battle Sister squad. And a tactical squad, and there you go. No, it wouldn't be a tactical squad, it would be 2 scout squads for that edition. There's your Space Marine army. That was a bit weird. Right. Yeah, so I think there'll be more points changes. The way that they do points was mentioned in an interview, and that was where they'll do things a lot like at the end of 9th edition. Some weapons cost more points. So we can see that a plasma pistol is better than a bolt pistol, objectively, in every way, apart from following the Holy Trinity. So sisters maybe want the bolt pistol. But otherwise, you want the plasma pistol. So that is where it should cost additional points. And then we have some amount of war gear back. Just a small amount. And there you go. There is a way to have the basic unit with no frills, and for a few more points, you get a little bit of war gear. I take my Palatine with a bolt pistol, thank you very much. It doesn't make any difference. You want to get into combat, you don't want to accidentally make a charge longer, so you don't bother with the plasma pistol. Unless you're playing Hallowed Martyrs and you want to overcharge it. Oh no, she'll die. Oh no, she has 4 wounds now. She won't die. So that's about the only way you'd do it. But I have a bolt pistol. Unit-specific enhancements? We do have that in Crusade, but yes, I see how that could work. A small number of points. Yeah, unit-specific enhancements. So if we're like, oh yeah, here's an enhancement for this detachment, rather than doing it that way, you could say, much like in 9th edition, certain units can be upgraded in certain ways. Like in one detachment, maybe all detachments, I don't know. Like, oh yeah, you want your aberrants to infiltrate? That's some points in the Biosanctic Brood Surge equivalent. It's actual points for that unit, not you put it on a character, you put the character in the unit. Now, on characters and units, do you know how characters and things work in Age of Sigmar? Where you have like a formation around the character. So characters will be attached to units before the game starts. Then their points are related to the unit they're with. And if you can't have characters unattached at the start of the game, that would be very different. You no longer have characters, except lone operatives, running around and doing things because they're a cheap unit. It stops taking, oh, I'll have a Dialogus to sit on the home objective just because she's 40 points. No other reason. Has an invulnerable save. I've seen priests do the same thing for all of the Imperial factions because you can have like a 40-point priest in the Agents. It's a bit weird. It's a little bit weird. But if you always have to like upgrade a unit with a character, that's a bit easier. And then rather than character can join X units, or with Legends, if this character can join this unit, you can also join this character, which has been broken several times. I don't know if the Triumph of St. Catherine should be able to join the Crusaders, but you can. And we had a whole problem with the Deathwatch for like 3 months after the Space Marine Codex came out, where it was if you could join a Vanguard veteran squad on foot, then you could join a Deathwatch veteran unit. Then they moved the Vanguard veterans on foot to Legends and had very few units that was able to join them. And it then said in the Codex, Vanguard, yeah, this unit with a jump pack can join Vanguard veterans. Ah, so we can have that one captain with a jump pack join the Deathwatch veterans, can't have a librarian, can't have a justiciar, can't have a chaplain. None of that worked. That was weird. So if you had it on the unit's points, here is the cost of the unit, you can add this character. And then you can have different points values for the character depending on the unit that they're joining. So a Locus joining a Neophyte unit, they're very low points, 30 points. Because why would you want your Neophytes to fight first? What you have is a decent profile person, but that's it. If they were to join Acolytes or Metamorphs, then it would be 40 points to add a Locust to a Metamorph squad, or 45 points to add them to an Acolyte squad. I like the Horus Heresy rules, the battle line units score extra points. That's a thought. Yeah, 1 more victory point if a battle line unit does an action. That could be something simple. Was the unit doing an action? Then I suppose you get away from, oh, I had a character sitting on the objective. I had a battle line unit sitting on the objective. And just by that, if it was 1 more victory point, if a battle line unit does it, people will start taking more battle line units. You will have detachments that are more thematic on what is a battle line unit. And then the armies will look a lot more standardized. That may not be as good for tournament stuff, because they'll be like, oh yeah, everyone takes 3 tactical squads, off we go. We hate tactical squads now because we all have to take them, and it's a tax. But I like the idea. Yeah. Since I reference Age of Sigmar, what if each turn had rule modifiers making units that do things or game more deadly as it go? We have some of that in Crusade rules, and that's, like, enough. That's fine. Oh, and if we had points for attaching a character to a unit, then you could still have the rules there, but specifically there in the point document to say, this is a character that can join and also this character. Like, you can be joined by a Canoness and a Hospitaller in a Battle Sister squad and only the Battle Sister squad in Adepta Sororitas. Not all battle line is the same. I know, but it could be an idea. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not like... No, wait, for like the Votan, you would take a lot of Hearthguard basic people, and then every detachment might give you battle line on another unit. Like, one is the Terminator detachment, one is the Jaeger detachment, one is the, oh yeah, we have a Sagittor and the Sagittor's cousin detachment. New unit, Sagittor 2. Do you think what you see is what you get is kind of annoying in tournaments? Tournaments don't usually follow what you see is what you get. They go by what you see is something very much like what you get. So if you have Metamorphs and none of them have Hand Flamers, but they say, yeah, all of the models have Hand Flamers because Hand Flamers are better for me, you follow that. If it's like... because Games Workshop has rules in their tournament packs, and other places do as well. They're like, yeah, you can say all of your Space Marine Sergeants have Power Fists, unless they're modeled with a... No, just all of them have Power Fists, regardless of what they're modeled with, and that's fine. But if you say, this Power Fist is a Power Fist, this Lightning Claw is a Chainsword, this Chainsword is actually a Power Fist, then it gets a bit confusing. So, a lot of places are like, WYSIWYG is vaguely fine. I will run 60 breaches if they exist in 40k. Mm-hmm. If we have more important battle line, we need ways to add more units into battle line. Yeah, so that's where the detachments would come in. The basic Intercessor kit doesn't come with a weapon for the Sergeant, does it not? I think you're right, actually. Or there was a replacement kit? There may have been a replacement kit. I know the Assault Intercessor one does and has like a Thunderhammer, Power Fist in like 3 parts, and a Plasma Pistol and a Power Sword. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Space Marine breaches. Oh, those breaches. Oh, the ones with the shields and the guns. Those ones. I see. Yeah. But that's what I think of the characters. Right. Now we're moving into the Imperium factions, so that this actually matches the title, Every Faction 11th Edition 40k Predictions. But I'm just going to do the Imperium factions today, considering we've gone 2.5 hours on all of the rules stuff and some news things that I want to cover. So we'll do Imperial factions, and another time, perhaps next week, if depending on what else happens around Friday, same time, same place, same channel, we'll do Chaos and Aliens. Right. So Games Workshop run official tournaments don't necessarily use what you see as what you get. Other places, it's entirely up to them as how beneficial it is. Yeah, I made Deathwatch veterans with bolters and shields because it looked kind of cool. Mm-hmm. As long as you have an understanding of you can represent things with no confusion. Yeah. That's the basic stuff. But, you know, proxies are fine. Conversions are fine. These are all fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Imperial factions. Space Marines. Games Workshop has stopped calling things the Primaris X. And Firstborn was never really their term. It was our word. We used it. They started taking our word. We're reclaiming it. They just have generic Space Marines. It's mostly in Mark 10 armor. That's what we're seeing. But some of the characters have older patterns, like the new model for Vulcan. Vulcan He Stand? Vulcan Hestand? Vulcan He Lives! Then we see a much more Mark 7-y, Mark 8 kind of armor. Maybe lore will also stop making a distinction. And it doesn't really matter too much about whether a model or something is like Primaris or Firstborn, because a veteran Space Marine is going to be as good as a Primaris Space Marine, and then it doesn't really matter like the higher you get. So like Chaos Space Marines, Legionaries, whether they're newly turned traitor, whether they're Primaris traitors, whether they've been going since the Long War began, they're all very similar to a basic Primaris Marine. Games Workshop just has this weird thing of like, we can't let the tactical squad be good, so tactical squads and devastator squads have 2 attacks. Oh, you remember putting 2 little tokens on your hand flamers to represent the models with hand flamers. Yeah, if people have the monopose Seraphim, they've been doing that. Or painting them a different colour, saying the ones with the bright red are the hand flamers. Right, but with Space Marines, we're going to stop saying this is Primaris and this is Firstborn. So I still don't think that all Firstborn will go to Legends or all be replaced with Primaris models. And I am sick of hearing, oh, it's inevitable, they're all going to Legends this edition. Because that has been said by so many people in 8th edition, and in 9th edition, and in 10th edition. And tactical squads are still here in the core Space Marine rules. And even if they got a new Primaris kit that was called the Tactical Squad, because it wouldn't be Primaris Tactical Squad, it would be the Tactical Squad, and yes, it would fit in a Rhino, then people would still have this weird deja vu thing, Mandela effect thing of, oh yeah, Tactical Squads went to Legends at some point, and they, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Valor and the Lost, you shush you. Any new genie stealers? Maybe for the gene stealers, a genie does turn up and says, you get 4 wishes. Wait, isn't it normally 3 wishes? You need extra help, so it's 4 wishes. Oh, that would be nice. I believe all the Firstborn models that survive till 10th will get a refresh. Maybe. Yeah, could be. Could be. You could see like las cannon Devastator squads. It's just all las cannons. We already have a plasma thing. We already have a missile launcher thing. Las cannons are the obvious thing. So we'll keep having things. You don't need a Primaris Watchmaster. It'll just be the Watchmaster. A lot of the characters, especially generic characters, you can't tell if they're Firstborn or not. Grav cannons are too weird old tech. I'll cover that at another time. I've heard about a new Tactical Intercessor squad, basically Tactical Marines but bigger. That would be great, and it would be great if they were still in the older armor. Like older armor sets, because that was the whole point about the Tactical Marines. They are using a lot of different things because the Imperium is a relic that uses relics, so you have Mark 4 armor still kicking around, Mark 7 armor, Mark 6 armor at the same time. There's a couple of bits of Mark 8 armor, but not enough for everyone. They use what is available. It's desperate. They are barely holding the Imperium together, and the tactical squad is the backbone of the chapter. A lot like the new Space Wolf, they're not called Intercessors, they're called Grey Hunters, but yeah, they would have maybe some more weapon options. Rumour of Mark 7 Infantry Squad? That could be a Horus Heresy thing, or hey, I don't see why you can't use them in 40k. You want some Intercessors? Great, Mark 7 armor, all with bolters. New models, upscaled, Mark 7, let's go. Primaris Chaos Marines could happen? Well, you see some with the weird grill, but I think we've already just established it. They've merged them and there's very little difference. Captain Artemis crossed the Rubicon. He's been shot and killed so many times and then actually gotten up again. It's his special rule at the moment. He's got to feel no pain of 6+ and get back up on 1 wound. But Captain Artemis crossing the Rubicon or replaced because he's dead? No, they tend to just like disappear in the lore. Games Workshop has seen that if they kill a character like Yarrick, people get very upset. Yeah, Tactical Marines were a cool idea, because then you have 1 weapon. Yeah, the problem with the weapons and tactical squads before was heavy weapons, if you moved anyone in the unit, then you cannot fire heavy weapons. So you had like a split squad of, I've got 1 guy with a missile launcher, they stay at the back, they fire the missile launcher, the 4 other guys drink tea. But a mixed thing, that could work. Yeah, the Chaos Marine models are already upscaled. We are now on Space Marines. I should have a thing. You know, that's a good idea. I will put a thing up to say what we're currently talking about. I should have done that earlier. There we go. That is something I just rustled up in the last 7 seconds. Stay there. I'm going to move a bit. No, I don't need to move a bit. Okay, we are currently talking about generic Space Marines. Great. Now you can see what we're currently talking about, what we've already talked about, and what we've yet to talk about today. Good thinking. Right. Yeah, so Rhinos will stick around in Space Marines. Vulnerable Dreadnoughts will stick around in Space Marines because they're still getting sold. And because there are other factions that will use those kits, those basic kits. You don't need to have a super unique thing. Like, oh yeah, you can add an upgrade sprue or whatever to a Tzeentch Rhino, but the Thousand Sons are using the same Rhino. And if they can sell one box set to loads of players, they'll do that. That'll work. That'll work. People will keep buying them. And then it's really easy to say, oh, we just keep producing this one sprue over and over again. That's what they like about Space Marines. That is how tactical squads were the big seller for all of Games Workshop. People just keep buying Space Marine tactical squads. So with the Vulnerable Dreadnought, it'll still be sold because that's still used by all of these Space Marine factions. And it's also used by Grey Knights, which I guess are Space Marines, but not Space Marines. Yeah, they're the last lovable box not. But the rules in 10th edition will probably say, you want Missile Launcher Las Cannon Dreadnought? That's either in Legends, or you just use the... what was the new one called? From 10th edition, start 10th edition. That Dreadnought. The Las Cannon Missile Launcher Dreadnought. It's fun having a Vulnerable Dreadnought as a character. Space Wolves, do they have any Vulnerable Dreadnoughts as characters? Or just... what's his name? Bjorn the Fell-Handed. Yeah, Vulnerable Dreadnoughts are just called Dreadnoughts. That kit is just a Dreadnought. So there's loads of the Space Marines can have Vulnerable Dreadnoughts. Now, Space Marines will probably get Murderfang's Space Marine Space Wolves Codex. I think so. Ballistus Dreadnought, thank you. That is the one with the twin las cannon and the missiles. Ballistus, but you want more weapon options? No, that's not how primarisizing things work. They get bigger, they also lose the knowledge to use more guns. Yeah, but they will get more models. Space Marines, of course, will get more models. They got more models every edition. So, Assault Terminators, I'm expecting. I'm also expecting multi-part bikes. The bikes they sell are still the 9th edition starter set bikes. You can tell if it has the Indomitus Crusade eye on their gauntlet, then they're a monopose kit from that set. I think we'll see a multi-part Infernus Marines with one heavy flamer per 5. And I think we may see more units able to go in a Rhino. They really should have had that at the start of this edition. I was expecting it. From the lead up to it, they seem to be saying, oh yeah, there's no real distinction between Primaris and Firstborn anymore. What they meant was drop pods and Land Raiders only. They weren't talking about Razorbacks and Rhinos, but they should be. They should be. So I see no reason, why you can go in a Land Raider but not in a Rhino. That's silly. And then they had to put in the Tacticus keyword, and then they had the not Tacticus keyword, but that was just to differentiate between regular, normal Space Marines because Primaris was not a keyword. Lots of things were able to go into the Agents Codex Rhino at one point. Yeah, it could carry 12 models, including other vehicles. Yeah, the Ballistus has no extra heavy stubber thing on the top, which is sometimes silly looking. Outrider kill team. Well, we'll get bikes. Grav bikes? I don't think so. New Space Marine kill team? I don't know. No, the Sisters and Black Templars should have stronger hand flamers than basic Space Marines. I think that's good and right. Yeah. Right. I think the Space Marines will lose some things. More to Legends than actual Lost. Because they'll go back to a more core Space Marine units, because if they have fewer units to sell, and the Space Marine range is still going to be massive, but if there's few units to sell, that's more space that they have in the warehouse for more of the same thing that people will buy. That's why the Rhino stay, that's why the Dreadnought stays. We had Scouts with bikes already, so that's in Legends currently. Storm Speeder with Scouts, that's also in Legends. Or Storm Attack Bikes in Legends, we also had a Land Speeder in Legends. Yeah. Is this a prediction for units or the actual rules of the game? We've done a lot of the rules for the game. That was, I guess, after an hour, after like half an hour to an hour, all the way through to 10 minutes ago. We've done the rules of the game. Now we're on the just Space Marine stuff. Right, they're going to go back to a more core Space Marine units. So we're not saying, oh, thank you, Alex. I'm glad my sister's advice has really helped you. Right, so we're not saying this is a Primaris thing, and that's the core, and a Firstborn thing is tangential. They had in like 8th and 9th edition, one of each kind. You can't have a Tactical squad without an Intercessor squad. You can't have a Devastator squad without also having a Desolation squad. Everything was doubled up. Apart from rare things like Terminators, but then you had Gravis Marines, which look to be sticking around and not replacing Terminators because you don't update a kit and then replace them. And I think the lore and the background, the idea of the Space Marines as you start with Scouts, you don't start with Intercessors in a vat. So you have the Scouts, then you become a Devastator Marine, a Heavy Marine? What are we calling these days? We already have the Assault Marines on foot and Assault Marines with jump packs. That works, that makes sense. Maybe we will still have intermassessors. Have you entered my sessor? But I think we'll see a couple of units maybe disappearing entirely, like the Reaver Lieutenant. We have a Lieutenant in Phobos armor. I don't think we'll have Reaver Lieutenants anymore. Maybe the Ancient will disappear outside of the Company Ancient. Because you have Company Champions, which has the Company, the one with the sword, then you've got the banner in the same squad. It depends on the sales. They like selling characters, because characters are a high price markup, and they don't take up much warehouse space. But yeah, there'll obviously be another character and another kill team of sorts. Terminator Ancients going to Legends? I could see that, yeah. Ancients are some of the best models, though. I mean, like, good looking? Because it is a guy with a banner and an optional sword or gun arm. I think it's kind of weak. Bold to predict there'll be fewer Space Marine Lieutenants. Yeah. Oh, the Phobos Lieutenant will be removed first, it doesn't have his own sprue. Well, we'll just call the Reaver Lieutenant the Phobos Lieutenant. There you go. One of them's disappeared. Hounds of Morkai were Primaris. They may appear in Legends. Maybe. I didn't do a video on it, but I went through all of the characters when they merged in the Space Marine Codex. So things like the Librarian seem to follow the Firstborn models. The Terminator Librarian also followed the Firstborn models, because if you think about the Primaris one, which isn't really Primaris, okay, I suppose it's a Terminator one, so anyone can wear Terminator armor no matter. Yeah, if they give the feel no pain to the unit, then Ancients might get a bit more use. But I'm hoping that in 11th edition, we'll be removing feel no pain, because it's a massive slowdown to the game. You could have some very unique things. Yes, if he's, I mean, Centurions could, assuming he's not here, then it's fine? It's fine? Yeah, okay, good. Centurions will disappear, unless Paul himself has increased sales of that 2013 kit. And I don't see a need for them to be replaced by something else. We have Gravis Marines which are similar enough. Double build type boxes offer too many parts for kit bashing, money saving potential. You think Games Workshop's heading in the opposite direction? I'm trying to think of recent kits that build two things. And I can't, because like Seraphim were 9th edition. I mean, Centurions, yeah, that builds 2 different units. I could see it just going. New Deathwatch can build 1 unit, but it's a bunch of options. We'll get to Imperial Agents. Gravis expanded with heavy weapons? Might do. They might do. Yeah, but there's so many other things to like change other than Feel No Pain. You can increase the wounds characteristic, you can increase the toughness, you can increase the save. Those are all better than slowing the game with Feel No Pain. Right. If there is going to be a Space Marine Codex Mark II, this edition, then there may be extra detachments for using extra units, and they get the battle line keyword. Currently we have, like, take this character, like Shrike, as your leader, and get extra objective control on these set units. They could have, if your army is led by this character or this character, so you could have Tor Garadon, or you could have Terminator Man that's back, what's he called? Lysander, Captain Lysander. Yeah, if it's led by these, then you can use the Imperial Fist attachment, then you get this bonus thing. I don't see how you aren't adding 6 more Space Marine detachments, which are otherwise for any Space Marine faction to use. Oh, need more drink. It is tea, of course it's tea. I'll just have a pot of tea and keep refilling the cup and adding milk as we go. Yeah, so there may be a Space Marine, another Space Marine Codex this edition. We had that in, was it 9th edition? 8th edition? There was a lot of Space Marine Codex. Oh, 8th edition had lots of supplements. 9th edition, I think, had Space Marine Codex 2. Why not wine? Because I need to be able to think, and while I don't get drunk very easily, it still might affect me a little bit. Invulnerable saves, that's something you could have instead of Feel No Pains. Right, I think we're done with basic Space Marines. So, I know how long this live stream already is, so we'll move them there. They're done for now. Let's move to Deathwatch. We are currently talking about... Where is their symbol? There it is. We're currently talking about Deathwatch. Right. Are they going to be their own codex or index? And are they Space Marines? If they are not Space Marines, then we struggle with transports, which are already models painted up for our army, and you don't want to make them invalid again, do you, Games Workshop? We also want to be able to attach characters, which works with the whole idea of points. Here is the points for a Deathwatch veteran unit. Here are the points to attach certain characters to them. You can see which characters can attach. Right. But I think the Deathwatch are becoming... They're very divergent to the Space Marines. Apart from then the lore they wrote in like 8th and 9th edition was, hey, you get your own standing army of generic intercessors. They've just come out of a tub. They don't know how to use a weapon. Train them up. Away you go. They have vague memories of hypno-indoctrination to be able to use weapons. Go off that. But if you look at the Space Wolves Codex that just came out, the Black Templars unit that just came out, Codex that's coming out, the more divergent chapters become more divergent and not Marines. So the Black Templars do not have Oath of Moment. They have their own Black Templars Oath. So the Deathwatch could have, as an army rule, mission tactics instead of Oath of Moment. Choose when you're going to have lethal hits, sustained hits, precision-ish attacks. And then we have, in our core, 2 stratagems. One of them is adaptive tactics to change which grouping you're in. Yeah, so we'll get to the Agents version. You like Black Templars getting their own army rule? Yeah, that's good. They'll feel more Black Templar-y. That's the point of an army rule. You get the uniqueness from it. Yeah, so it's exactly like that, Ale. It's exactly like the Mono God Legions. They have their own special units, but they may share some things from the other, like, home chapter codex. So Chaos Space Marines isn't just one book anymore. It's one main book, and then there's a bunch of other bits. If you look at the Space Wolf Codex, if you can look at the Space Wolf Codex, if you can bear to look at the Space Wolf Codex with the horrible wolves inside, in their detachments, the stratagems are triggered on Space Wolf keywords, not keyword Astartes. So when I was playing against my opponent, and they had jump pack Marines, then they couldn't use stratagems on them because they're not keyword Space Wolves. So we'll see a lot more of that. Then if you're going to play one of their detachments, oh right, you actually need to take their units. I have seen one tournament where someone had plain generic Ultramarines coloured Space Marine army using the Deathwatch detachment. And they just kept putting 1 or 2 units into getting lethal hits or sustained hits and teleporting some units around the board. It sort of worked. They got like 3 out of 6 wins. But you can stop that by having the detachments specific to units. Maybe there's some stratagems that are generic Adeptus Astartes, but not all of them. I had an immediately good point for this. Oh yes, Oath of Moment. If Oath of Moment currently has 2 different versions, one for generic Space Marines, one for playing Blood Angels, which is reroll to hit, whereas if you're playing Imperial Fists, then you also get +1 to wound, you can fix the problem by removing the Oath of Moment army rule for the divergent chapters. So what if the Deathwatch are agents of the Imperium? Either exclusively or also. Maybe not also. Just agents. Then there may be one detachment within the Imperial Agents book where they can take Space Marine units as allies, like 50%. But then we have the character and transport issue. We need to have characters being able to join our units. We need to be able to get into the land raiders that we can't have in our army. I don't know how many detachments there would then be. But running on one detachment, hey, what's new for Deathwatch, right? Yeah, both would be nice. It depends on the number of units. And it depends what they do with Imperial Agents. If they want Imperial Agents to work as a faction. I'll do Imperial Agents a bit later on. I don't know how many kill teams there will be for Deathwatch. Games Workshop likes, what is in the box is the rules for the unit. It could be easier, like you could have a kill team of 5 Infernus Marines and 5 Intercessors. Or here's 5 Heavy Intercessors and 3 Eradicators. It's just 2 boxes put together. Otherwise, mixed weapons is more like a tactical squad thing. If we don't have other kill teams, the Deathwatch is looking like a very small army, with 1 kill team unit, and that's it. So that's where you need the rest of the Space Marine faction to lean on. Heavily lean on. Deathwatch being agents could be safe, but with the exception of Wolf. All the Marines would get half-cooked armies. Yeah, like the Monogod Chaos. That's where you need to still have access to a core book. Right, let's move a thing over. That's enough Deathwatch for the moment. So we'll talk about the Space Wolves. They should have their own army rule about sagas instead of Oath of Moment. Then Oath of Moment is not available for Divergent chapters, and it stops the 2 versions of Oath of Moment depending on which army you're using, and so on. The Space Wolves currently need Legends units to work, which they don't yet have. They're expected in 1 to 2 weeks, because if they don't have... I mean, they may be one of the armies that could work without access to a lot of Space Marine units. They would still need Rhinos, still need Land Raiders, but they don't need Intercessors, Tactical Squads, Assault Marines. Well, they could just have Skyclaws, which are basically the same. They need Legends Longfangs, because if they can't have Devastators, then it doesn't work. They need Skyclaws, because they can't get Assault Marines with jump packs or can't use keyword stratagems on Assault Marines with jump packs. They don't have the Space Wolf. They don't have the Space Wolf keyword. So we'll get Legends soon. And I think there will be not a lot extra for the Space Wolves in 11th edition because they already have their new models / range refresh / a lot of reduced options. You used to be able to take plasma guns in large numbers on Grey Hunters. Now you can't. And I think you can have either a chainsword or a lightning claw on the Sergeant. And that's it. You think they'll get a lieutenant? They already have their own lieutenant. Yeah. Another special character could do. I don't think Russ is coming back in 11th edition. That would be odd. To do a range refresh and then separately get him back. Yeah. They might get changes to their dreadnoughts. Maybe. Maybe. Right, quick one for Templars. They're a bit more divergent. Not as divergent, I think, as the Space Wolves, but one of the more divergent chapters. They have a lot of their own units replacing the core of the army. They currently have no Oath of Moment. So we can manage sort of as an army if you have access to a lot of the Space Marine units. Which is why I think Deathwatch will be fine as their own index with access to a lot of Space Marine units. They should get a Long Fang replacement. That'd be nice, but then what weapon do you give them? Do you give them all missile launchers like Desolation Marines? Do you give them all las cannons like a Devastator Squad? Do you give them a new kit? But that's only for Space Wolves. I don't see Games Workshop doing that, because the sales on just Space Wolf stuff are not going to be anywhere near as good as generic Space Marine stuff. Russ is already back and he has multiple data sheets. Yes, you can have him with a battle cannon or an exterminator autocannon. Need their own Terminators. Don't the Space Wolves have new Terminators? I think they have new Terminators. Oh, right. The Space Wolf Lightning Claw is not a Lightning Claw, it's a generic power weapon. That's kind of sucky. You bought the Black Templars army set just for the box artwork. There has been way better box artwork for the Black Templars. 3rd edition, my darling friend. Right, Blood Angels. So they had their refresh units and upgrade kits. Well, it was an upgrade sprue. That was about it. Very upsetting, but there it was. They were saving money on that one. If you want more specialist looking units, for the Blood Angels, you need to play Horus Heresy. Well, actually maybe some version of the Horus Heresy. The Librarian Dreadnought is still around in Legends. You can still play it. It's still kinda cool. Kinda cool. I got some of the bits from it. My Deathwatch Dreadnought was second-hand, and rather than coming with weapon options, it came with like 10 arms. So I can switch out arm bits, including the Blood Angels kit. Yeah, Chaplain Dreadnought. Kinda fun. Angels got more than Grey Knights. Well, they also got an upgrade kit, but for one of their models. Then again, the range of the Grey Knights is Terminator Squad, Infantry Squad, and Dread Knight. Everything else is either special characters or copied over from Space Marines. Right, the Blood Angels are a less divergent chapter. Mostly Space Marine units with very few not allowed would be how it works, and you get others allowed instead. So maybe they don't have Vanguard veterans, they have their golden armored winged chaps. That's easy to do. The Red Thirst should be their faction rule, not a detachment rule. And their faction rule of Red Thirst could be related to charging stuff. Yeah, if Sanguinius may be up there as least likely to come back Primarch, along with Horus. Then below that is the Iron Hands Ferrus Manus. But yeah, if they stop having... No, they would still have visions of his death. They would just have the idea that you could get better. Comes back as like a Gandalf the White kind of thing. Their librarian leader man, he did come back. He beat the Red Thirst. That was cool. I want Primaris Death Company that doesn't feel like worst jump intercessors. Yeah, the rules might be a problem more than anything. And did they lose some options? I think they lost some options as well. No, I've got to keep the Baal Predator. At least in Legends. No new units, just everything Legends, everything still playable, if they make a point that Legends is still viable. If they do that. Otherwise, they upset people. And we get back into the idea that we fought about at the start, where Legends units only last for one edition, and they don't. They last for hundreds of editions, presumably. We haven't got to edition 100 out of 40,000, and then the game stops. Who's next? It must be the Dark Angels. Dark Angels. Right, these are like the least divergent chapter. Or less divergent, certainly. They've had their new Terminator models, they've had their new, we're definitely not Fallen, but what are we doing here? Do they need new Ravenwing? Oh yeah, they got some Ravenwing. They still have Ravenwing command squads as Firstborn, but it doesn't matter if it's called Firstborn or Primaris. They're equal, they're the same. I mean, the Black Knights don't really need updating. They came out in like 2017, 2018? Maybe a little bit before. But they're pretty cool already, so they don't need a massive change. I don't think. Ezekiel is still metal? Okay, there you go. There's your model for 11th edition. There's Ezekiel. It was 7th edition, yes, that would be like 2016, 2017. That's when we had more Dark Angel-y stuff. So Dark Angels are going to be mostly Space Marine units, some units not allowed, others allowed instead. Don't have basic Terminators, use their Terminators. Or don't use Assault Terminators, use their Terminators instead. He's still metal, he's still on a 25mm base. It vaguely upsets tournament players that everything else is on like a 40mm base, but he's not, but they have to stick to it because the base size guide says so. Just put it on a suitable similar base. Ravenwing was 2013? That would be like, oh yeah, it was right at the start of the edition. Because 7th edition, 6th edition starter set was Dark Angels, and it had a Dark Angel push. Hey, the Black Knight stuff looked really good, considering. Battlefleet Gothic already has 2 games, virtual games. There's Battlefleet Gothic Armada, and Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. Yeah, 6th edition Codex was 2013. Yes, that was the start of 6th edition. Yeah, they've been going pretty well. That's cool, that's cool. You'd like to see secondary missions going away? I don't think they will. I think they want that we interact with the game as it goes on. And you get victory points for doing it. It's not just kill the enemy. It has a more tactical style rather than is there enough terrain on the board so that when I run towards you, it's actually a toss-up as to who wins. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember the FOMO Interrogator Chaplain, because I got that Interrogator Chaplain. In 2016, the starter set was launched, which had a bunch of Dark Angel stuff, a bunch of Chaos Space Marine stuff, and it had, in some of the special edition sets, a Chaplain with a plasma pistol. And I randomly got that one. It was on like I think it was through a website. I think my uncle bought it for me. Yeah. I don't think there'll be more frequent mission decks for 11th edition. They do Crusade missions so often, and they've stuck with this kind of 1 per year thing. It's too much to change the mechanics, and they're not printing enough cards as it is. Unless they're saying like, oh wow, this is easy money, 20 quid for a little bit of paper. Yeah, let's do a mission deck every 3 months instead. But I think that's too soon. And every 6 months, maybe. Every 9 months, more likely. But we're looking at once a year. That's it. 3 years, 3 mission decks. Right, Dark Angels, finishing up Dark Angels. So they may have the Space Marine Army rule like Space Marines, or an Angel Oath that is lesser, or a Hunt the Fallen Army rule, but that feels a bit wrong, because not that many Dark Angels actually know about the Fallen. It's only meant to be like the captains, not necessarily the lieutenants, and who is the other ones? Oh yeah, the first company knows about it. Some successors of the Dark Angels have no knowledge at all of hunting the Fallen, so that'd be weird for them. Was it 2012 Dark Vengeance? I thought it was 2013. Pretty sure it was 13. Never mind. X and T-shaped ruins. I've seen a lot of X-shaped ruins, which is like, you can sort of walk through it, but you can also be directly on the other side of a wall and not see the enemy. Interesting thought. Right, so Dark Angels are just a little bit less divergent. They may have a bit more of their range refreshed. They already have a Primarch. Stop complaining. You have enough. And you'll get all of the generic Space Marine bonuses. Right, next one. Custodes. That's not a Custodes. That's a Custodes. We've seen the Horus Heresy stuff for them today. That's where they are legacy rules that sort of work. And in Horus Heresy, legacy rules are also tournament viable and viable anywhere. You just don't get them in a big book that you have to pay for, which is actually a better thing when you think about it. They'll probably just get a new character. Yeah. What I think will happen to the Custodes is we have all of their like Imperial armor, Heresy units move into Legends. That leaves you with a very limited number of units, because Games Workshop does not like you being able to buy something and it works for for the army in like 40k and also works in Horus Heresy. They do not like that. Do you remember when they vaguely mentioned, oh yeah, this new stuff coming up for Horus Heresy, it'll have rules in 40k? And it did, but Legends rules, which immediately annoyed a lot of people. I think it's unlikely that the Custodes get moved to Agents, even though that would actually help them have better access to light infantry that doesn't shift the Sisters of Silence into that role. Sisters of Silence need 2 wounds. They had it in 9th edition. They've only got 1 in 10th edition. So they're just disposable chaff, really. And that's not right for the Sisters. And already the Custodes use a lot of Imperial Agents units just to play the game. So I think it's unlikely to move them into Agents. And even though there was that the Tithes animation, that had Custodes, Sisters of Silence, Arbites, and Astra Telepathica all together. And they're all Imperial Agents. Yeah, Sisters of Silence are as weak as a Battle Sister. Yeah. They just have precision bolt guns and flamers and swords and things. It's weird to think that they could actually do damage, but they have done some damage if you have a little character that's a Psyker. Yeah, it's a great idea, merge them into Agents. I don't think it would be the worst idea. Especially if so many of their units are not allowed anymore, or are in Legends, which is fine, then still playable. So, let's think about Agents. They could be a good home for Custodes and Imperial Knights. Then you get a detachment for them that is mainly for them. And that means that you don't have separate Imperial Knight ally rules, you go off a version of the Imperial Agents ally rules. So the Imperial Agents could release with like loads of detachments, way more than anyone else. Have an Assassin detachment, a generic Fleet detachment, a Knight detachment, a Custodes detachment, an Ordo Malleus anti-Chaos detachment, a Hereticus anti-Imperium detachment, and also a little bit fighting hordes, like stratagems that fight hordes, and an anti-Xenos alien hunter detachment. Then each detachment could basically get 2 detachment rules. One functions like an army rule for the main focus, like this is the Knight detachment, so Knights get an army rule. And the other is a normal detachment rule that helps all the units. Or you could have more than just assigned agents as your army rule. You could have lots of army rules that are keyword related. On a unit datasheet, you see their army rule is either listed or not listed. It's right there. If it has a faction army rule, it's there. So like Gretchen do have the bonus, but like Kroot don't have the for the greater good. That's an army rule that's not there, so you can't use them with that. So you could have, this is the Imperial Knights army rule, Imperial Knights have that, this is the Deathwatch army rule. Deathwatch have mission tactics, regardless of which detachment they're in. If we're adding Deathwatch, do we also add Grey Knights? Because as we've established, they are mostly taking Space Marine vehicles, and then they add an infantry squad, which can be built like 4 different ways. Their characters, which are generally generic, their Terminators, and their Dread Knight, which is weirdly weak. You can do it with Imperial Knights. Yeah, then they could have true rules, yeah. One faction, 15 to 20 detachments. Well, one faction, 6 detachments. Grey Knights and Imperial Knights are the 3 cheapest, and Custodes are the 3 cheapest and easiest entry points, while Agents is a pricey gubbins-covered nightmare. You know, you could actually make Imperial Agents work. Potentially that way. Yeah, because Grey Knights are not Space Marines. They don't have the Adeptus Astartes keyword. But actually, if you put the Grey Knights and the Deathwatch together, and you gave them... It depends on... Yeah, you would maybe have to do it the detachment way, to say these units then get the detachment rule, but then you could add in Venerable Dreadnoughts, Land Raiders, Razorbacks, without needing to add Space Marine allies, as long as your Deathwatch can go in what is a Grey Knight Land Raider. Put in some Deathwatch characters, like characters for the Deathwatch, like Captain, Chaplain, Librarian, Judicia, Lieutenant, Apothecary, Ancient. You can have overlap with the Grey Knights, and we're kind of good. It would take a bit more thinking out, but it could work. Grey Knights and Deathwatch already share the Tech Marine. That model is the same for both of them. And Chaplains and Terminator armor is already shared. But I see how that makes the faction rules on one datasheet hard, so there would just have to be multiple versions. But the models are together. So you could say this is a Deathwatch Vulnerable Dreadnought, this is a Grey Knight Vulnerable Dreadnought. There you go. Null Maiden Vigil is not Imperial Agents. Null Maiden is Custodes. Yeah, that's a Custodes detachment. Because it'd be really nice, because they are Imperial Agents, like in the lore. That's where you would have your Custodes, your Sisters of Silence, together in Agents, and it could work. Something. Hello, Zarota. Good morning. Yeah, I think Null Maiden Vigil and a very janky list was their first win after an awkward Codex start. Refreshing the exclusive units of Grey Knights of Primaris. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to say this is now Primaris Grey Knight. We'll get on to Grey Knights in a second. You don't need to add Adeptus Astartes to Grey Knights either, so it could work like with Grey Knights, with Deathwatch, with Custodes, with Imperial Knights, and assorted other units. The Agents could be an actual army. If not, then the Agents are not a Codex. They're just a rough collection of units that don't fit anywhere else. They don't deserve to be a Codex, they should just be an index, although I did really enjoy their Crusade rules. That's nice. Maybe you could put in a basic Battle Sister squad and a basic generic Imperial Guard squad. But you probably don't need that. Probably. Hey, you could do a new kill team, an Imperial Guard infantry kill team, and say it's Imperial Agents, and they're Imperial Acolytes. There you go. There you go. There's your not Acolyte infantry squad. It's weird how the Inquisitorial Agents are in the Codex Imperial Agents, and they have a weird name. Move Tempestus into Agents? No, I think they work okay in Guard. And I also don't think that the Ecclesiarchy thing should be moved into Agents. I think they should stay with Sisters, just to keep that range large enough. Otherwise we have Codex, a bunch of trash infantry. Henchman? Henchman works as a term. Yeah, but we could have some Stormtroopers that are Imperial Agents. And they're a pretty generic looking infantry squad. Imperial Guard squad. Yeah. Is this me being silly and trying to get the Imperial Agents to work? Okay, maybe someone said yes to the different thing. Or are we better off keeping them all separate? with Deathwatch having their own index, Grey Knights having their own index, Custodes having their own index, Knights having their own index, and the Agents as a pool of spare units. Which one do you think? I'll do a poll. Let's start a poll. Agents morass. Do we want to merge them? Or do we want to keep them separate? I know that so far, Games Workshop has a very bad history of, so far we've taken one of these things, which was the Deathwatch, and we're like, okay, yeah, we had Deathwatch, they were their own separate thing. Then we moved them into Agents, and oh look, it's not as good. Broke them. Even though they had an article out being like, oh yeah, if you want to play Space Marines Deathwatch, then you just put your kill teams in a generic Space Marine army. Chief, I can't go in any of my vehicles. My characters don't lead my units anymore. What's going on? Oh, you want to play an actual Deathwatch army? Oh, well then you use Imperial Agents. Oh, hey, yeah, I can't take any of my army now? I can't take Land Raiders. I can't take Vulnerable Dreadnoughts. I can't have any of the characters. The thing I just mentioned. Could you maybe sort that out? Agents join sisters? I don't know. You could have a supplement system. I mean, you could do... Like, here is Space Marines. Here is Divergent Space Marines. So, it's like branching, that you need one to use the other. We could go back to that system. They are supplement books, which they sort of already are for the Adeptus Astartes. I can see that continuing to be an okay idea. Then it could work a bit together. So Custodes for punching hard, Imperial units for scoring, Grey Knights for the heavy shooting. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. And like I said, you could have separate detachments for them, which specialize in fighting one of the major factions. Ordo Hereticus is actually anti-Imperium because they want to get the heretics. Yeah, so Agents is the main, and then the others are supplements. Space Marines are the main, and then the chapters are supplements. Chaos Space Marines is the main, and then you have the supplement legions. Yeah, that could work. As long as we are doing it like that, and not saying, oh yeah, this is Chaos Soup. So that you have, like, oh yeah, we've got 8 bound alongside 1,000 Suns Rubric Marines, alongside some Nurgle demons. But yeah. It's a nice... Okay, so people are like, this could work. This could work. Expand what they already did, but keep units in their own armies, but Agents get a copy of some of the units. Okay, yeah, that could work. Then we can have a copy of the Deathwatch veterans in Imperial Agents, a copy of the Grey Knight Terminators. Yeah, yeah. Right, so that's what we're thinking with Imperial Agents. Grey Knights must be next. Yeah. What I'm expecting for the Grey Knights in 11th edition is no primarisizing. Only upscale. The models will be re-released 10% bigger. They will still have the Artificer armor. They will still be something you paint grey or silver. There is your Grey Knights. They're bigger. They're not necessarily better. They're not Primaris. Because the Grey Knights in the lore don't need to or want to go through the faffing of like, oh yeah, we put some extra organs in and this amazing person that was going to be a Grey Knight has died. Haha, oops. Yeah. Colin, thank you for the money. As a Custodes player, while I agree thematically with allies, I'd rather not be an Agents. It would help Agents, but hurt the Custodes. You don't want to lose your Codex. Yeah, that's an idea. That's where maybe having them in 2 places could sort of work. Or Imperial Agents is an army that can ally in other things. Oh my goodness, we solved it. Imperial Agents can just get a percentage of allies depending on their detachment. That's a thought. But they really work the other way. It's a confusing system having Imperial Agents. There are so many ways in the Games Workshop can do the Imperial Agents. I'm gonna just have to wait and see what they do in this case. No refresh, Castle and Crota Legends. I think what may happen though I really like the current unit. Like the box. The Grey Knights box. Imagine if anyone could take Wardens. Oh yeah! Imperial Agents can be sent out to other factions. But that is also what works in the lore. If you are Custodes, and you're like, hey, I'm going to have a squad of Custodes with my Space Marines, or with my Imperial Guard. That is something that happens. I think that's cool. Yeah, Thomas, I think you are about right. When people are saying, oh, I want this to be Primaris, sometimes they're just saying, I want it to be bigger, rather than I want to remove the history of it and just have a grill, rather than a fancy helmet. Everyone loves the beaky helmet. Keep the beaky helmet. Okay, I think with the no, we're in Grey Knights. We're in Grey Knights now. Yeah. I really like their Grey Knight kit because you can make 4 different units from that one box. You can make a strike squad, the Sanctifiers, no, is it called Sanctifiers? The ones that throw out lasers from their eyes and hands. The ones that have white helmets. Then we also have the Heavy Weapon Squad. Then we also have the Teleporting Squad. That's 4 different units from one box. That's cool. Maybe Games Workshop does want to continue something like that. Because, hey, here's one box that we can sell multiple times. It doesn't take up as much warehouse space. The problem, of course, is what do you put on the sprue? So they'd narrow down the number of weapon options on the sprue. If they're all called Nemesis Force weapons, then just have one hammer, one spear, some swords. There you go. That's all you get. And one of each kind of the special weapon. Purifiers, that's the one. Yeah, so if there was an upscaled version, which we're going to call upscaled rather than Primaris, because you're not sticking 3 more organs into a guy that was a promising psychic recruit and be like, oh, he died. Yeah, do we actually need him to have the more organs? No, he just needed to be amazing at psychic stuff and be a survivable Space Marine. They could have the equivalent of Space Marine Scouts or the Inductii from Horus Heresy. But they're Psychers, so they work as Grey Knights. That's what you want, psychic strength. Yeah, so I expect there'll be an upscaled version in 11th edition of the Grey Knights. It's bigger, fewer weapon options. If not fewer rules, then at least fewer weapon options. Then maybe the Purifiers, the Heavy Weapon Squad, the Teleport Squad all become legends. And we'd only have one non-Terminator Squad, which is the Strike Squad. Then you have also the Terminator Squad, and I don't think there's a need for, like, any kind of switch. Primaris Rubicon has 90% success rate in current lore. It depends if you're building up a character from the get-go, like, okay, this new scout is going to go all the way to become Primaris, or if you're taking someone that's currently crippled and then making them into a Primaris Marine, because that has a much lower success rate. DOK, is that Demons of Khorne? One box makes 4 units, one box makes 2 other units, and then a vehicle can make 3. It's, oh, Daughters of Cain, yeah. Well, that's, again, that's a much older kit. That is from the 2010s, yeah. Colin says, if anyone could take Custodes, you'd probably get the demon problem. If Custodes had their current profile and abilities, they'd be extremely abused till the unit is made extremely expensive for most play. It could be, or we can do how the Imperial Agents currently work, where they have 2 points values. One for used within their Codex, one for used when sent out as allies. Then it is not as abused. And people will still take their own Terminators. Yeah. I believe they've actually said, oh, we just made it safer, don't worry about it. Yeah, this is where it doesn't really matter if you're Primaris or Firstborn. Not every Firstborn needs to become a Primaris Marine, and so many of the characters that you know from the 41st millennium are still Firstborn. So the Grey Knights can all stay Firstborn. It doesn't matter, it's not a keyword, it's not an ability. They just keep going. But I think the Strike Squad will become the only infantry squad. And then they have the Terminator Squad, which is one kit, which makes the Terminators. You don't need to make 2 different units out of it. Or Games Workshop may just leave them alone for another edition. But their models are older than the Deathwatch veterans. Their models came out in 5th edition, the Grey Knight ones. The Deathwatch came out in 7th edition. So we could see some new models, like a new Calador Drago model, a new Grandmaster on foot model, like a kind of unique-ish one. Or that's a lost datasheet for a Crusade rule to say, you're a captain, you can update them into a Grandmaster, or it's an enhancement, like the Space Marines have. I have already covered the Deathwatch. Yes, they're in the already covered section. 11th edition, you get an upgrade sprue for the Vulnerable Dreadnought. You know, that would be fun. That would be fun. You could have missiles back. Yeah. Right, I think that's it for Grey Knights. Oh, let's do one everyone wants. Where's my Battle Sisters? There you are. Surprise, Battle Sisters. Right, I think that for the Battle Sisters, there'll be a bit more of an update, because we got an update while we were relaunched in 8th edition. We got something extra in 9th edition. We had one model in 10th edition. A little bit extra for the sisters, who seem to be selling well, is not unlikely. I believe we'll keep Crusaders, at least in Legends, Death Cult Assassins, at least in Legends, and Archoflagellants. They won't go to Agents. Agents have enough light infantry. And the Archoflagellants are in the Adepta Sororitas Combat Patrol. But I think they will only be valid as a unit of 10, because the 3-model Archoflagellant unit is not sold anymore. As they're not sold anymore, then they go away. It stopped being sold partway through 10th edition. But all the Ecclesiarchy stuff will stay in Sisters, like the Priest, like the Penitent Engine, like the Archoflagellants, like the Sanctifiers. They can stay as Sisters units. Thinking of that Combat Patrol box, we still have the Rhino. The Rhino's still around. We still have the Penitent Engine, still have Battle Sisters. The Canoness that's monopose is an awkward one. That model isn't sold anymore. That is the only model that has a Rod of Office and a Plasma Pistol. Well, I think you can still get the Plasma Pistol on the Canoness multipart set, but there's no Rod of Office. So do the rules get rid of the Rod of Office? Does that monopose Canoness just go to Legends? Then you can still use them as that model. Repentia potentially also up to 10? Yeah, I could see that happening. What will we get for a Christmas box this year? Oh, I don't know. Not every faction gets a Christmas box. I don't know about Christmas box. They always seem so random. Like, who was expecting a Stomper like last year? That's a weird one. Will the cannons get sensible weapon options? That's the thing. Maybe if we get rid of the monopose Canoness and just have that as a separate Legends document, which has basically the same rules as the Canoness, then you have the option for one of a chainsword, a power weapon, and a relic blade, one of a brazier of holy fire, a condemner bolt gun, an inferno pistol. I think that works. Let me double check. I'll get the sprue. Oh, it's on 2 sprues. Okay, that's awkward. Okay, that's generic parts. That Brazier of Holy Flame is in the right hand. Alright, Brazier of Holy Flame could be a melee weapon. But yeah, it's the awkward thing of have a chainsword and Brazier of Holy Flame, because then you can put it in a backpack, and the only reason you'd put a chainsword on a backpack is if you had the hand filled with the Brazier of Holy Flame. Huh. That's annoying. Null Rod is still there, but Rod of Office wouldn't be. They'll probably just mess up the Canoness again. That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, it would be nice to get a new Paragon Warsuit generic character, one that isn't more than Val, so you can have more than one Paragon Warsuit unit led by a character. Palatine or Canoness in Paragon Warsuit armor. And can we get a drop cathedral? At least a drop church, a drop chapel, a drop hermit house. What's that for a lady? Oh, that's called an Anchorite. Yeah. A female hermit was an Anchorite. So we can't have that. We've already used that. Drop cottage. Oh, hey, look at that. We're now doing... we're not in Kansas anymore. Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz. Drop cottage lands on the witch. Oh my goodness, that is so perfect. I love that. A nunnery. Drop convent. Maybe in the lore. Maybe. There aren't that many penitent models. Aside from Repentia, you're looking at the Archoflagellants, the Penitent Engine, and the Priest. That's it. Space Marine drop pod, but it has a cross on top. Yeah. Will we talk about Raven Guard and any chances of releases this 2025? We've done that last week when we had Raven Guard new character and Raven Guard Combat Patrol, and I think that's it. That's all we're going to get for Raven Guard. Maybe rules. We talked about them in the Space Marine section. Yeah, which we've already done. Drop pods in the shape of Iron Maidens? I don't know. I don't know. Drop bears from Oz. Oh, but the number of times you could say, hey, I'm going to drop a thing on a witch. Yeah. Why? We've killed the Wicked Witch of the Solar Tempest. No, let me think of Pacifica, Sector, Solar. Yeah, okay. Forget it. We killed some witches. That's what we wanted to do. Drop Cathedral might be nice. People really seem to want mounted sisters. If they're mounted, I expect it's on in a dragoon kind of way. So they carry bolt guns, and the idea is they dismount and shoot. So it could be metal horses, could be bikes. I don't think we get jet bikes. We don't really need them because we have jump packs, and that's a cool kind of thing. Weird horses, kind of like Krieg. Well, they couldn't be mutant horses, obviously. So they would have to be like vat-grown, not cherub things. Yeah. Has to be pure. I would say we get a flyer, but flyers are apparently on the way out. What about a turret, like in Dawn of War, like the Flamer turret? Well, not if fortifications are unwanted, and it depends how much plastic goes into that. A unicorn or a Pegasus. That's maybe getting too much pure girl fantasy. And from when I've talked to a lot of ladies who are like, oh yeah, I know Games Workshop does like female Eldar, and we've got female Imperial Guardsmen, but I want to play the bugs. I want to play Tyranids. I want to play Genestealer Cult. Maybe sisters. But that's where we get a lot of Tyranid players. I want to be a genderless bug that eats people. Lord of the Rings horses? Yeah, you could just do that. More Sacrosanct units. So Celestian Sacrosancts on horses. I don't know. That's feeling a bit too actually medieval to have nuns on horses as knights. I don't think they'd do that. And we already have mechanical horses with the Mechanicus. My favourite idea for a new sister unit is a sniper team. One of them shoots, one of them prays, the shot hits. I also hope we get a kill team of Celestians. Celestians with guns. Celestians with assorted weapons. Oh, it's cool, we've got a bunch of Condemner bolt guns. We're all going around with Condemner bolt guns. We're going to shoot the Psyker. We're going to cause devastating wounds. Nice. Yeah, sniper team would be great. A chariot pulled by Archoflagellants. That sounds like the corpse cart for the vampire counts. We could maybe get another saint. Maybe a generic saint. Because I think if Games Workshop was like, here's a saint, It has 2 head options, 2 sword options. They have the same rules on the swords. Maybe one's a spear. Hey, maybe you want to buy that multiple times. It's not a unique character. Infiltrating sniper novitiates? Condemn sniper rifles? Right. I'm thinking like the really big stake that one of the Age of Sigmar characters have. It's like her and her dad and their witch hunters. It's a really big crossbow. That could work. Yes, anoint the rifle and bless the bullet before every shot. Yeah. I think Junith's thing is kind of unique to Junith. I don't think we want lots of tiny pulpits flying around. That's going to feel so weird. And then Junith can only join that unit. The Demonifuge already has a model. Yeah, Ephriel Stern. She already has a model, and she's carrying an Eldar with her. Bugs are girl-coded. Okay. Maybe I'm trying to think of the girls like in primary school. Some of them liked bugs. Not all of them liked bugs. Alright, I like that. 1 head option for Celestine with a helmet, 1 option without for kissing Greyfax. Yeah. But if you look up Ephriel Stern's model, she's there. She's in the Codex. Sisters of Battle. Adepta Sororitas. Yeah. Generic Living Saint would be nice. Right, let's think about rules. If we're doing more, what is in the box is what you have to have, then we have a multi-melter problem. Retributors can then only have 2 multi-melters. Battle Sister squads cannot have multi-melters. But a Battle Sister squad could maybe have a Heavy Flamer and a Heavy Bolter. That might make up for it, but suddenly everyone's like, oh great, I've got to swap out some weapons in my units. That kind of sucks. Thanks, Games Workshop. But you can see how it could work. And if we have fewer melter weapons, that's a problem. Our melter weapons should have 1 more strength. Our storm bolters are better bolters than other people's storm bolters. Our flamers are better flamers than other people's flamers. Our melters should be better melters than others. Have melter 3, have a bit longer range, or have more strength. The more strength is what I would go for. Be strength 9. Then you can actually wound some more of these tanks. Yeah. So we see a problem with the things there. Hand flamers, you wouldn't be able to take them on superiors. Inferno pistols, not for superiors, because the kits do not come with those weapons. I think they do in the Celestine Sacrosanct squad, so they could have a hand flamer. That's the only one. Strength 10 melters should be fine. I'd be okay with strength 10 melters. Or you could do strength 10 melter guns, strength 10 multi-melters, and strength 8 inferno pistols. There's your upgrade. That can work. Now Inferno pistols are a lot more valid. They can actually hurt some of the weaker tanks, like Dark Eldar Raiders, like Orc Buggies, Orc Trucks. We can hurt them. And then we also have a chance of doing damage to the other tanks as well. I don't know about +1 strength at half range. You could just improve the profile, basically. Make Inferno pistols D6 damage again? I think we'd be okay with a higher strength and leave it to D3 damage. Otherwise, you don't really take Melter Dominions, you just have Seraphim with the pistols. It would depend on the points, but yeah. It would be nice to carve up the Retributors, Dominions, Battle Sisters more. Alright, better stats for like the weapons on the Retributors compared to a Heavy Bolter elsewhere. That could get annoying to kind of keep track on. Yeah. Do you think Celestine 1 Resurrection is enough, or it should be more like Angron? No, I think 1 Resurrection is enough. If you can kill her twice in one battle, that's fine. That'll do. So Army Rule, I think they will replace the Act of Faith. Now that has only been around for 2.5 editions. The Battle Sisters in some form or another have been around since 2nd edition, like me. So it's not like Acts of Faith with Miracle Dice is their forever rule. They can have a different way to do Acts of Faith. Again, like various praying. Now Games Workshop did not like it on the Eldar, and they kept nerfing it on the sisters. We could do a simpler army rule, like praying for a bonus. If you pass a leadership test, you get the bonus. You can pray once per battle round per unit, just to have like fairness equal to the Chaos Space Marines. It can be shooting or combat. Chaos Space Marines is shooting or combat, but you might take some mortal wounds. So we'll make, rather than once per attack, Battle Sisters are once per battle round. They can do that. And a cherub is, you can do this one additional time per battle round. Yeah. Some units could then have unique prayers, like the Sniper Sisters. Then they can have, I don't know, +1 to hit or devastating wounds or something like that if they pass their prayer. More resurrection in the army rule, more buffs. I mean, one of the prayers could be, you could look at the Triumph of St. Catherine. I'm not saying 6+ feel no pain, but how about +1 toughness? Pray for +1 toughness. That would be really powerful. And maybe appropriate. It's not like crazy going toughness 3 to toughness 4. Some like general weapons are going to be affected. But strength 5 isn't going to care. Strength 6, okay, that does care. Okay, toughness 3 to toughness 4 is pretty big. But it's once per battle round, so it could be for like one enemy unit attacking you. Kind of like Oath of Moment. Against one enemy unit, you get this bonus. A lot easier. Pray to turn a 6+ invulnerable save to a 5+ invulnerable save. Yeah. And Seraphim would change their 5+ to a 4+. You can't get better than a 4+. Without fixed dice, you could actually, yeah, have the sisters with more strength on their weapons, more damage on their weapons. You could, rather than relying on the miracle dice to fix the game, it could work. And the fixing dice thing, they've had it in so many factions. It doesn't feel like a Battle Sister thing to me. I know you're like, oh, it's miracles happening. Yeah, okay, yeah, miracles happen. Tzeentch has it. Thousand Sons have it. The Eldar have it. I think it's too odd. Bring back Crusaders as a kill team? I don't know. I don't think we would. Like with one Death Cult Assassin model in the Sanctifiers, I think that's about as far as you'll get with Crusaders. Yeah. Right, I think we're done with Sisters. We have not many left to do. Sisters go there. We have Guard, we have Knights, we have Admech. So, Knights, I think very little will change. If points go up a lot, the armigers become much more the army in 40k. And then the Knights idea is, this is like the ceiling. This is where we cross over between Adeptus Titanicus and the little blip one. Epic Horus Heresy. The one that's Epic Horus Heresy. Legions Imperialis. Yeah, that's where we get the lower end of that, is the top end of 40k. So big Knights are about as rare as Bane Blades. The armigers do much more stuff. This is why I think it's totally fine to have the Knights, if nothing else, have the Knights in Imperial Agents. What army rule are you really losing? Their army rule felt like a detachment rule to me. Then, with the allying out various Knights to other Imperial factions, oh look, we already have that with the assigned agents rule. I see no reason they couldn't go together. Maybe you could do something with Chaos Knights and Chaos Demons, put them together, because you have loads of warpy demon stuff happening around the Chaos Knights. That's a match that could work. Depends what they want to do with Chaos Demons. But Imperial Knights going into Imperial Agents, and suddenly the Imperial Agents have actual vehicles. They can shoot stuff. They have anti-tank weapons. Then they don't need to have infantry support weapons, infantry support squads. Like, you don't need a maintenance team or servitors because you have Imperial Agents. Yeah, they got rid of Strands of Fate for the Eldar in the Codex, apart from one detachment. Then it's different. It's different, though. You get, like, random extra stratagems. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about the Imperial Knights. It's a very small range. It was there as an ally unit. Put it in Imperial Agents. If anything, it only expands the Imperial Knight army roster range, essentially. Okay, Imperial Guard. 11th edition Imperial Guard. Catachan range update. Much like what the Krieg got, and what last edition, 9th edition, the Cadians got. They got a big new, hey, this is what a Cadian squad looks like now. Anything else is like an infantry squad, no such thing as conscripts, and that kind of sucks. So, more regiments, unlikely at this stage, but we'll see. They'll probably do Catachan next. Tanks, I don't know. They could do Lehman Russ tanks again. Then there's the problem of which ones get deleted, which ones are in Legends. Because they'll want to have fewer weapon options. I mean, the Rogel Dawn has 2 turret options. That's it. Do you think Imperial Knights will keep all their models? Yeah, I think so. I think so. They may make the datasheet simpler. So it is basic, big Imperial Knight, here's your many weapon options. That's how it was in like 8th edition. 9th edition. It was pick one of these, rather than you are a Knight Vanquisher. Therefore, you can do this ability. You are a Knight Crusader. You can do this ability. As long as you have these weapons and those things. It gets awkward if it's like, oh, well, I've got mine with a battle cannon and also the flamer. Is that allowed? Oh, it's maybe not. That sucks. Should regiments go back to being skins with like rules instead of unique units with unique rules? It's kind of fine either way. It depends how many regiments get represented. Are we going to do Mordians? Are we going to do Praetorians? Are we going to have the Talon first and only? As like a generic squad? How do you represent that with just Imperial Guard infantry? Without having a generic Imperial Guard infantry squad. So I think it's fine as detachments. I think we just want a regular infantry squad back with a heavy weapon. But I can't see Games Workshop doing that. They should have put them in Legends. There's no reason they shouldn't have put that in Legends. It's a copy and paste. Move the datasheet from the Imperial Guard Index into the Imperial Guard Legends Index. So, Catachan update makes the most sense. People will buy the tanks anyway. You could maybe refresh one of the tanks. Taurox is pretty recent. Chimera, maybe a new kit. I don't think it'll do anything crazy with it. And it's still going to be much like this edition, kind of like 9th edition. You have your specialist units or your specialist squads. You build the squad, that's a Cadian squad, off you go. You want to say, actually, these are Mordians. That's what Games Workshop wants. Give us the little centaur. Oh, the centaur's not sold anymore, is it? Ah, you can have the centaur. Yeah, I would like a heavy weapon back in my squad, please. It is weird that my Imperial Guard army is not as valid, awkwardly valid. I don't know. I haven't had much fun with the Imperial Guard this edition. It felt weird immediately when, to have a platoon, you have one squad of 25 men. Yeah, that was an odd thing. I did enjoy, like in the past, where they would have different metal models for all of the different units, all the different regiments. You want to buy Mordians? There's your Mordians squad. Buy the Mordians. You want to be Vostrians or Valhallans or Talon? Buy that particular squad. So we could do lots of the different regiments, but it depends how much they want to do with Catachans. Expect heavy weapons, expect infantry, maybe a Sly Marbo redo. Their captain with the bionics, they could do him again. Where's the emotion with the commissars? They've had so many commissar models. Loads of commissars. I missed the 8th edition guard orders as a toolbox rather than buffing and powering. I don't think they've got guard right this edition. But I think they'll continue to not get it right in the way I want it to. And 11th edition guard will be a lot like 10th edition guard, but with more Catachan models. Tanks sell much better? Maybe. Maybe they do. Yeah, you could sell more upgrade kits, potentially. You want Talon? That's an upgrade kit to the Catachans. You want to do Armageddon Steel Legion? that's an upgrade sprue to the Death Corps of Krieg. I could see that potentially, if they want to make more money, which they surely do. But I don't know if they'll do that. I think our last Imperial faction, I'll double check. That's Chaos, that's Chaos, that's Chaos, that's Chaos, that's Chaos, that's Chaos. Alien, Alien, Alien. Those are a bunch of aliens. Yeah, right. So we're doing the AdMech, and that is us for the day. AdMech. I have very little idea what to do with the AdMech. What do you think they'll do with AdMech? Through Legends, they may be able to make more AdMech units by taking things from Horus Heresy, but I really don't think they'll do that. It would incentivize the Horus Heresy to release more things, and if the player base is low in Horus Heresy for AdMech, and it's low in 40k, then they may actually want to do some crossover. AdMech is a weird army. They were really strong in, like, the start of 9th edition, and they've just been a horde army since then. They have very fragile models, both physically and in the game. You could have, like, Tough Boy Skitarii, because I remember reading, I think it was a Titanicus book, but Skitarii turned up, and they were, like, roided up angry men. Closer to arcoflagellants, but they can think, but it pumps some drugs into them, and they're like, let's go punch things. More robots, maybe? They could get a couple more units. Do they want to keep going with the Da Vinci kind of idea? Like walking tanks, archaeocopters, guys with wings strapped to them, but it looks very Da Vinci. Enjoy painting your Skitarii Rangers. I hope you enjoy that. They are one of those that's like, I can think of 2-3 units they should have. Suddenly they have a whole range. Therefore, they must be an army. We will respect that. But I don't know what you do with AdMech. More tech priests? Maybe. I think the rules should be just improved for the AdMech. What if they had a different profile? Because currently their profile is somewhere between a battle sister and a guardsman. It's identical to a guardsman, but with an invuln save. Oh no, they have a 4+ save. Maybe they could be toughness 4 and 5+ save. I don't understand what to do with AdMech in any of the editions. I haven't felt like, oh yeah, I understand this army. Yeah, they didn't work too well this time round. And I know their rules were bad in the index, and then their codex came out, and it was still not great. I don't know how many workable detachments they have at anything that's not the most, let's just take whatever we want detachment. Skaven for 40k? Horde with crazy suicide tech? No, don't know. AdMech with Imperial Knights? Oh, I think the Knights are better as agents, and then you can send them out to the AdMech. More robots would be better. Yeah, we need to improve the basic AdMech guys somehow. I think higher toughness may be the way to do it. Like higher toughness, worse save, or you can't do better save and toughness 3 because that's a battle sister. They're getting more servitors already. They're going to have that kill team as servitors. More kinds of robots. We could do that. But I don't know. Yeah. And then anything that's in Horus Heresy, Games Workshop will say you can't use this in 40k unless it was maybe Legends. And through Legends, they may be able to take more AdMech units. And then if we establish that Legends are totally fine in 11th edition, great, away we go. Toughness 4, 4+ save, toughness 4, 5+ save, yeah, that's fine. We need toughness 4 sisters, we had them in 2nd edition. Battle Sisters had toughness 4. As soon as you got into power armor, you got 1 more toughness and a 3+ save. So we could do a bit of a mix with the Horus Heresy stuff. But we know Games Workshop doesn't like units in 2 different game systems, except in Kill Team. Then it's Kill Team. And also, that's a way you give out more expensive, generic units for your games of 40k. Okay. that is all of the Imperium factions. That is a 4-hour stream. I didn't expect to go that long, but here we are. And we have much more to do. So next time, which in theory is next Friday, I will have to schedule a stream. Then we will do the Chaos factions. Then we will do the Alien factions. And we'll see what we get next for them. 2 wounds for cybernetics. Not a bad idea. I could get behind that, as long as it's not a feel no pain. Right. Thank you, darlings, for coming. I hope you've had a good time. I hope you enjoy what you're painting. I hope you game really good. I hope you have a great day of 40k.